Předjarní den.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a wonderful day. It's almost 9:30. It's the 13th of March. And it's Friday, the 13th. So people sometimes believe that it's the day of bad luck. I am happy that you are here today with us at the conference, which is the 11th edition of a conference, Digital Czech Republic. And I'm very happy that together with my colleague Michala, Hergetová, we are going to guide you through the conference. My name is Justin Svoboda. So we have started slightly earlier just to make sure that everybody will come in and that it all starts, that Digital Czech Republic starts. And I am really happy that you were not put off by the date, Friday the 13th. It's a great day. So every day is an international day of something. And we are glad that today you are not celebrating an international day of sleep. Hopefully not yet. Maybe throughout the conference you will celebrate a little bit. That might happen. But why not? So let's celebrate it. And today I think I'm going to celebrate it. Today is the International Day of Be Smart and Sexy, and I'm sure I'm going to celebrate it every year afterwards. So it's a wonderful day. And I have found out that today is the first day of the new year of Internet. So the 12th of March, 37 years ago, the first design of World Wide Web was actually presented, and the note by the boss was vague but excited. And if they would have had known what will happen in 37 years, they would perhaps put a different comment. So it's truly a period of time, and it's fascinating what has happened during these 37 years. So let's start with some housekeeping issues. First of all, if you want to listen this conference in a different language than what you hear right now, in particular in English, and when there is an English-speaking panel, then in Czech, we have two interpreters, Alice Křížová and Milena Kurilová. So good morning, and we will do our best not to speak too quickly so that they can interpret. Most of the time you will hear Czech, and we will have only 1 hour long panel that will be in English. Another important part, we want to get you involved. On your badges you have 2 QR codes. One is good for looking into detailed agenda, and the second one is good for connecting to Slido. Slido allows you to connect those who are watching us remotely. So if you are not here, we know that you are also connected online, and thanks to Slido you can be actively involved, and we really appreciate it, because perhaps your questions are even more important than ours, because you will learn what you are interested in. So definitely communicate with us. And we have the first question, and we just want to get you involved. What is the biggest barrier of digitization in the Czech Republic? And please write one word, because we are working with the word cloud. So I can see it. It's the 4-year term of office, legislative process. So you can actually write 2 words, and we'll see which of the word will be most important. And also, whilst you have your mobile phone in your hand, please put it onto a silent mode. And as we are approaching the start of the conference, we would like to thank all the partners without whom this conference would not be possible. The main partner is Google, Silver, Allegro, Bank ID, Microsoft, Visa, Bolt, and PPF. Then we have partners, the Czech National AI Platform, Czech FinTech Platform, and the Czech Association of AI. Then we have media partners, Czech Industry, Economic Magazine, Priority, focus on CZ Wired. And also, we want to tell you that we have an exhibition called Avrar for the breaks. And for you to be aware that it's really worth going there, you can check many virtual solutions. You will see practical solutions for the industry, for the schools, for public administration, also augmented reality, and many other experiments. And I'm sure that you know Science Tech and Mania from Pilsen. Also in the foyer, there are stands of our partners, so definitely go and visit them. You can meet them, you can learn new things about what is going on in technologies, robotics. There are colleagues from the Czech Technical University. They have their flagship, which is the Formula One. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, the most important thing for this conference to happen is networking. So make sure that before you leave, you will meet somebody you have never met before. Yes, and it is thanks to the Institute for Politics and Society, and we thanks the Ministry for Industry and Trade for their auspices. So this is the 11th edition, and for 11th in binary code is 3. So let's talk about the Digital Czech Republic 3.0. So ladies and gentlemen, I would like to open up the 11th edition of the conference, the Digital Czech Republic.
Watching us all with the eye. I am
Ano,
Yes, digitization can be beautiful, internet can be beautiful, but still you need a human aspect. So thank you very much to Perotora for their performance, and they deserve another round of applause. That was a beautiful introduction to the 11th edition of our conference. But we start right now, and we will start by a keynote speech. And I would like to ask Executive Director of the Institute for Politics and Society, Šárka, Šoup, to give us the introduction. Dear Mr. Minister, Your Excellencies, MPs, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Institute for Politics and Society, I would like to welcome you here at the 11th edition of our conference. I am really happy that you accepted our invitation. We have representatives of the public administration, of the academia and expert community. Digitization today is not about technology only. It's one of the main factors of competitiveness, security and quality of the state functioning. Countries that are able to introduce technologies quickly will be the leaders. Others will only follow them. The Czech Republic has a very good starting position and good preconditions to be among the leaders. We have a strong industrial base, good quality technical education and growing technology community. But also we know that the digital transformation is not an automated process. It requires strategic management, investment and cooperation between the state and the expert public. A big challenge is digitization of public administration. The modern state should be able to provide services in an easy digital way. Digital state is not a luxury, it is a basic service. This time means that technology is getting faster and data economy and other technologies will change how companies work and also how the public administration works. Apart from opportunities, there are many new challenges in the area of regulation, data protection or cybersecurity. Europe tries to respond to these changes through new digital legislation and AI rules or digital market rules. For the Czech Republic, it's therefore important to be an active part of this debate and to contribute to protecting citizens and support innovation. That's why this conference should become an open space for discussion on how to use new technologies, how to set up environment, supporting innovation and to keep the trust of the public. And I'm very happy that guests that are dealing with these issues from different perspectives accepted our invitations. I believe that this combination of viewpoints will bring a discussion that is of inspiration and it's practical because digitization is not a project of a single government. It requires cooperation of the whole society. So I would like to wish you an inspiring conference and new impulses that will help you to progress further. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And the inspiration and the start of the conference is really important and there is never enough inspiration. I can see that there are many of you who are not sitting on a chair, so please, there are still lots of empty stairs on the right-hand side. There are still chairs empty, so please come forward and take your seat so that you can really enjoy the inspiration at this conference, inspiration that will come in the form of our keynote speakers. Our first speaker will be from the ministry that we are encountering ever since we are born until the very end. Also, it is a ministry that actually transform everything from paper to digital world. So please welcome Minister of Labour and Social Affairs, Aleš Juchelka.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's true that our ministry is guiding you from the very beginning till the very end, and every citizen of the Czech Republic will encounter the ministry at least once a year when they are born, and they are not aware of that because the parents will actually receive a benefit, and then when the person is entering the pension stage, and they will get calculation of their pension. And of course, there are many other possibilities that the person will meet the ministry, but we are happy if that's not the case, because it means that they are able to deal with their life on their own. However, we will always try to create systems, digital systems, that will take care of the person so that all the persons are well taken care of, and then can be individuals, independent individuals as well. I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to this conference. It's a great honor to open the 11th edition. Today, we often hear that the world is undergoing several fundamental transformations, and digital transformation is considered one of the most significant ones. At present, digital transformation, processes of digitization, automation, robotization, and above all, AI tools are not topic of the future. These are the processes that are fundamentally shaping the Czech economy and our everyday life at a faster pace than we have been accustomed to in the past. The fundamental thing we have to respond is the very speed of the change that brings not only new opportunities but also pressure on citizens, businesses and public institutions to adapt. Digital transformation does not only affect technological infrastructure, its impacts are reflected in economy, social relations, and values. One area where these changes are particularly evident is the world of labor. We therefore face a key question that is being addressed not only in the Czech Republic, but in the European Union and in fact the whole world. How can we ensure that the changes associated with digitization and the AI development bring security to people, growth to businesses, and stability and prosperity to the state and everyone? Along with technological and digital transformation, significant changes are taking place in the labor market. These changes will affect the content of the work itself, as well as transformation of professional structures within individual sectors and ways of working, remote work, platform work, and so on. Many traditional professions will gradually reduce their capacities and even disappear as technology replace human labor. In other sectors, there will be a significant transformation of existing jobs and tasks. On the other hand, technology will also create entirely new professions that we cannot even imagine. Experts also agree that the changes in the labor market will not be uniform, but will affect some sectors and professions more than others. Certain groups of workers will therefore be under greater pressure. Without appropriate measures and adequate policies, this could lead to a deepening of socio-economic inequalities and increased tension in society. And I have to say that this can also endanger the social peace. It is therefore necessary to place great emphasis on examining the impacts of digitization and automation processes and what effects these processes will have on the labor market, how will change the dynamic of employment, and so on. The study entitled The Future of the Czech Labor Market, prepared for our ministry, suggests that technological changes may lead to wage inequalities and increased demand for new skills. It also shows that the fastest growing professions primarily include technology-related positions, big data specialists, fintech engineers, AI specialists, machine learning specialists, software and application developers. On the other hand, the fastest disappearing occupations include mainly administrative positions, which are the groups of jobs that involve a significant proportion of routine tasks and can be replaced by technology. The study, The Future of the Czech Labor Market, predicts that by 2035, the imbalance between labor supply and demand in the Czech labor market will deepen. On one hand, there will be surplus of approximately 350,000 workers whose qualification will not meet the new needs. On the other hand, there will be over 400,000 new job vacancies due to inadequate skills of the available workforce. These positions will represent an opportunity for workers, a major challenge for employment policy in terms of reskilling and upskilling. The pace of change is rapid. Obtaining single qualification is not longer sufficient for a lifetime. People will have to continue learning, not only to improve their employability, but to maintain their place. And I can remember my grandfather, who was employed for 50 years in a single company, and when he left for pension, he received the watch, and I remember him when I was 35. He was surprised by the fact that I've already had a couple of employers, and that was totally different for him, and my grandfather would be really surprised to see the changes on the labor market in 2026. And from the point of view of employment, both from the point of view of employees and employers, there are many tasks, and it's true that things will change, and well-being is also an important topic. The state must ensure accessible and high-quality education opportunities, included a lifelong learning, and that's our priority at the ministry for all those who need them. The focus should be primarily on developing digital skills, supporting people at risk from technological change, developing soft skills such as communication, learning ability, adaptability, information management, and cooperation. Companies play a key role in this regard, as they must continuously develop the skills of their employees, because without investment into people and innovation, productivity will decline. The greatest added value of the Czech economy in the coming decades should therefore be skilled workforce that is able to work and cooperate with technology. A flexible labor market and the need to set up an effective reskilling and upskilling system will be key factors for future success. It is important to ensure that the introduction of technology and digitization in the workplace is transparent and does not reduce social cohesion. So tripartite social dialogue is key to a fair transformation. Workers should have a clear vision about how this transformation will take place in the company and how technology will be used. In this regard, close attention must be paid to issues related to digital platform and platform work, particularly in terms of setting up labor law and social protection rules for their workers. And I believe that this will be the topic that I will discuss during one of these discussions. We will touch upon platform economy and how to react to what is being imposed to us from Europe, including equal pay. It is important to pay attention to platform economy and, of course, legal regulations that will respond to this is the draft law on platform work, and I will be happy to present that in the afternoon. For a successful digital transformation, it is very important to support the creation and development of startups. They play a significant role in identifying new trends, putting innovation into practice. In conclusion, I would like to say that we should not see digital transformation only as a challenge. We should see it primarily as a unique opportunity. Success in global competition will not be ensured by technology alone. It will be ensured by people who know how to use technology. The Czech Republic's goals should not be merely to adapt to trends, but to actively participate in shaping future. Therefore, it must be our common task, that of the government, businesses, educational institutions, and social partners, not only to adapt to the trends, but also to actively contribute to their creation. The Czech Republic can be successful if it is prepared. Thank you for your attention, and I wish you a very inspiring conference. Have a good day. The Minister of Labour and Social Affairs, Aleš Juchelka, said that basically learning is still very topical. That was an unexpected quotation, but currently I would like to invite another speaker who is getting us ready for the European digital wallet, a key to all services. I would like to welcome Lukáš Klučka from the Ministry of the Interior. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, Minister, before starting, I would like to apologize for the fact that my voice is not perfect. It seems that I've actually left my coat earlier than I should have. I would like to greet you on behalf of the Prime Minister, on behalf of the Committee for Information Society, and I would like to give you a short message from the Prime Minister. Digitization is not only a word that this government will talk about. It is one of the key priorities of the current government. And the Prime Minister himself is responsible for digitization. So it is a real approach. Digitization cannot be managed on the level of individual ministries, individual organizations. It needs to be managed centrally on top. I have a very important message. Coordination of digitization is not enough. Digitization must be managed on top of the government by a single person, and this single person will be the Prime Minister himself for the next 4 years. We are returning the tool of supporting this process to the committee of the government that was very ineffective in the past, and now we are turning this into a very efficient body, and we will have a key body with members from the key players so that we are able to deliver this. One of the important tasks that we face is the priorities. Currently, we have more than 500 projects. That's a very ambitious plan. But at the same time, we need to classify, prioritize these projects and really select those that must be implemented.
That's why we decided to prioritize these projects systematically. Those that are based on the government manifestos have the highest priorities. Then we have projects, they have clearly defined dates for legislation. And the third wave would be the projects that are beneficial for the citizens but do not fall within the first two categories. By prioritizing these projects, we came up with the list of 22 strategic projects that we, as a board of the Council of the Government for the Information Society, will be approved. Very soon afterwards, we will introduce to you a specific roadmap for these 22 projects and programs, how they are going to be implemented with specific dates and with people responsible that will really guarantee proper implementation of these projects. I can mention two major priorities. The first one, a very extensive priority, is the digitization of the healthcare. Sharing health data is of key importance for healthcare to work efficiently and to face challenges in the future. The second priority that also is important for all of you is actually meeting the requirements on the laws on digital services. So when we were taking over these projects, some of the deadlines were set for 2029, so many months and years after we are actually obliged to do it by law. We decided that we do not want to move it into the future, and therefore we have set an ambitious goal that we will implement it within a year, and we will need some help from all of you. As I have said, digitization of the state is not about individual ministries, individuals, personalities. It's about a strategy, common management, and cooperation and collaboration. And that's how we are going to manage digitization in the next 4 years. Our objective is that we all together, the state, expert community, technological companies, academia, are able to deliver a modern digital state that will serve its citizens and companies. Our objective is to deliver Digital Czech Republic 2.0, although colleagues talked already about Digital Czech Republic 3.0, but that will be up to those who will come after us. So thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to cooperation. Thank you, Lukáš Klučka. And 3.0 will definitely come when 2.0 is firmly anchored. But before that, we want to comment what you actually wrote into our Slido. So we asked about the major barrier of digitization, and quite clearly, it's bureaucracy. So hopefully this is also a message for the speaker that we have just heard for better functioning in the years to come, so that we actually go through digitization 2.0 to 3.0. Perhaps 2.0 will be so perfect that we will not need another version. Well, I cannot sometimes distinguish between these. So we are most probably ready. So ladies and gentlemen, please connect through Slido to all the panel discussions so that we can ask questions that you will have. And we have now the first panel, Technology Creator or Consumer, the Trajectory of the Czech Economy. So, technology creator or consumer, the trajectory of the Czech economy. And this will be a panel and we will discuss it with our speakers. I saw the data say that 9 of 10 Czech companies invest into AI, but they are actually consuming it. And although digital economy accounts for about 10% of GDP, but we are still lagging behind digital leaders, countries. But for that, we need not only to be a consumer, but also a creator. But is the Czech Republic able to do it? And what do we need in order not to be just a consumer, but a creator? So these are the questions I'm going to ask. Marek Ebert, who is the chairman of the Council of the Czech Telecommunication Office. Please take a seat below your photography so that everybody knows who is who. Then we have Lukáš Kačena, Government Commissioner for AI from the Ministry of Industry and Trade, who used to promote AI, being the boss of Prague AI. Then Julia Schvarcová, Head of Government Affairs and Public Policy in the Czech Republic and Slovakia from Google. And she has experience directly from the European Commission. Good morning. And Milena Jabůrková, Vice President, the Confederation of Industry of the Czech Republic, who is part of the management of IBM. And the topic of digitization is a topic that has been promoted by her for many, many years. I'll start by a simple question to all of you. Is there still a chance for the Czech Republic to become creator, not only a consumer? Is there still a chance? And I'll ask first Milena. Well, I think that we have a chance. We are an innovative Central European space, also from the historic point of view. If you look into the Austro-Hungarian Empire, the first Czechoslovakia, and we impacted the world in the industry, psychology, economy, and the innovation potential exists. But as an economy with sort of average income, we cannot build on low wages. What we can do is to adopt technologies and AI. And I don't remember, I think, the numbers, but it's 350 to 650 million Czech crowns added to GDP if we speed up adoption of AI. So if we do not start, then we will miss out this opportunity. And then we have interesting data from Czech Invest. We have in the incubators 266 projects from the AI Hub, which is 31% of all the applications, and up to 40% of startups have an AI component. So it's over 500 AI projects in the Czech Republic. And the Czech Republic, Charles University leads one of the most important European projects when creating the European large language model. So it's not just a question, it's really a strategic choice if we are a creator or a consumer, because it will impact our geopolitical importance and our economic growth. Why we are rather a consumer when we heard that there is a huge potential? Well, thank you for the invitation. I will start by saying that I do not agree with the question and with the answer. Of course, I do agree with you, Milena. The answer is that it's not a question of future. We are already a creator of technologies today. So let's not say that we are really lagging behind a lot. It does not mean that the situation of the Czech Republic and Europe is ideal in the world of AI. The main drivers are the large language models, ChatGPT, etc., etc. And for us, for a majority of the society, it's the main face of AI. But AI is not only about ChatGPT. And in order for our role, which is not huge, but we have to work in order to make it more important so that we are not only an AI colony, the consumer. And this is related to the fact that we have to invest into R&D, into our own models, into our infrastructure. And first of all, as we heard from Minister, we have to invest into people. We have to invest into people and into research that has been underfunded for a long time, and the investment into R&D is at the same time investment in people that are the major driver of top startups that are existing in the Czech Republic. A good example is a startup that was established by Tomáš Šuprt. He does something totally different, but he understands the importance of AI for his business, and that there could be a separate business, so AI becomes an industry of its own, and we should keep that in mind. So we see that we really export these technologies, just mentioning that specific example. Julia, McKinsey has a study that says that if in the Czech Republic we get to the level of Scandinavian countries, digital leaders, it will add 350 to 650 billion Czech crowns. So what is the potential? Well, you are able to compare. Well, thank you very much for inviting me into the discussion. I think that my answer would be somewhere in between Lukáš and Milena. We definitely see the potential as a huge potential, and Czechia is definitely at a very good place to use it and utilize it, but perhaps not fully utilizing it right now. Several studies looked into the potential of the digital economy in recent years to support growth of GDP, which is definitely relevant. And it's a viewpoint that focuses most on cloud, internet, e-commerce services, and similar technologies. But in the past 2 years, we've seen with growing generative AI a leap growth, and the potential is therefore 4 times bigger. Specifically, here in the Czech Republic, we would say that the Czech Republic is an advanced digital country, which can be evidence also in active participation in a digitally advanced group of countries. But the area where we can focus on and that could help the Czech economy and the whole country to use this leap from an implementer of innovation to creator. And I would definitely highlight what has already been said. We need to invest into people, to talents, whether we talk about technology, education, or use of AI, starting from schools to reskilling and other lifelong learning activities, because this is an investment that will support adopting advanced technologies and AI, whether in the private sector, but also in the public sector, as public sector, from our point of view, must be a leader. And last but not least, it's creating an environment that supports innovations. So it's the regulatory framework that has been also mentioned here, and we will definitely talk about it. Lukáš also mentioned investment in R&D and innovation, or supporting startups and similar. Investment is needed everywhere, and I'm sure that we will get to the point that for bigger growth, we miss in Europe a capital market that could support it. But I'll stay with the regulation. Marek, Ebert could talk from the position of somebody who will be responsible for supervision over AI. Could this help or slow down the development? What is your position?
Good morning once again, and thank you for invitation. Well, the expectations are quite clear, and what we've heard from my predecessors, our task is to create regulatory environment that will support innovation and investment into innovation, and bureaucracy should not be the main hurdle preventing innovation. We are in a specific position because we've been designated as the supervisory body. However, we are not the only supervisor. There are other bodies as well, the Czech National Bank, the Data Protection Office, and so on. But this is something that has been needed, and we are still waiting for the law, the act that will authorize us to do the supervision. The expectation of the sector is that our task will be focused on deepening cooperation with the sector. We should basically be involved in a very constructive dialogue. That's something that we were already involved in. According to DSA, we are doing that also according to the regulation on AI. So we need to see what makes sense, what does not make sense. We also will try to modify European legislation, and we need to fine-tune those topics that are still under discussion. So that's probably my input. We need to create transparent regulatory environment. We need to react to the needs of the industry, and at the same time, we need to pay attention to the fact that the new systems that will come are corresponding to the requirements to protection of data and health and security. I'm very glad that I hear that it's about cooperation with business, and I already believe that the discussions are already going on. So how should this regulation, this supervision look like so that it does not prevent development? That's a great question. As private company, and of course people from public sector, and there are other stakeholders who are actively involved in this discussion, I believe that the devil is in the detail, but looking from a broader perspective, what we need as business is a clear legislative framework, a legislative framework that is predictable and that is harmonized, talking about the national level and the EU level. Be it any sector, it is definitely necessary to address the risks. And of course, with these technologies, with such potential as AI, it is of utmost importance. And at the same time, we need to leave the door open for innovation. I believe that in the past years, maybe in the last year and a half, we've reached the understanding on the European level also that the legislative framework that we have is very complex and that it could actually hamper innovation and economic growth that could be generated by these innovations. So currently there is a process of simplification of this framework. It's a process that is very welcome, and I believe that it shows through the digital omnibus and checks. It shows that the situation is very complex, and it is quite demanding to navigate the environment even for large companies, but not for small companies. So how about the small players, Milena? How would you expect digitization to change so that what should be involved? And I apologize for not thanking the organizers for inviting me. I immediately jumped into digitalization. You mentioned the fact that you were not able to distinguish between 0 and 1, so that's the binary system. You already live in quantum environment. Well, the question about the regulatory framework is very interesting. We've been talking about the Czech Republic, about how we want to innovate and so on, but 80% of legislation is coming from the EU, so it's a European regulatory framework that will define whether we will be able to develop or whether the startups will leave for the US and Singapore. Looking at the environment, we have more than 100 acts that are somehow related to digitization. We have 290 national regulators. The acts that are not harmonized, requiring compliance on several levels for a single file, that's a huge problem. So how should it look like? First, there should be a check whether the regulation is necessary. The next check should be focused on simplicity, and at the same moment, we should get rid of any regulation that is not necessary, and that's something that we need to do. Thank you, Lukáš. I will add another question. When the Prime Minister is managing digitization, what does the government commissioner for AI does, and how do you work with the digital omnibus and with the national act implementing the AI Act, because that's what will influence environment in the Czech Republic. There are so many things I would like to comment. I believe that Milena is right. What we need to realize is that AI is a fantastic beast that keeps growing, dynamically growing, and we try to tame it in a way so that we are able to use it, and the beast keeps changing. So the position of regulators and legislation bodies is not easy. I believe that yesterday an article was published in Czech media talking about the fact that the German Prime Minister Merz and Ursula von der Leyen are now saying that leaving the nuclear energy was not a correct decision, and we should make sure that we will not say this about the regulation we are imposing on AI right now in 10-year time. It's not easy. We need to simplify the existing regulation. We need to make it more transparent. We need to add additional documents so that the business knows what to do, how to get ready, and the regulator must know that what they require is actually doable and implementable. And the position of the Czech Republic in the last year was to be involved in this, and the way to do this is to simplify, and the National Act at the same time is now being commented by the ministries, and we would like to submit it to the government soon. And in the summer, we would like to send it to the parliament. I would like to say that I really appreciate the approach of our partners, the Czech Telecommunication office. It's something that we appreciate a lot. That's something that I've experienced in my previous position. And you also asked about the government commissioner for digitization, but I'm government commissioner for AI. The agenda is very broad. There are many priorities. And there are many priorities: education, R&D, AI adoption on the state level, support of startups, and AI in healthcare. And I've probably missed something, so there are many priorities. And I see my role as an initiation role, a coordination role. I should be the one who keeps reminding the partners to do what they need to do. And I will stop here. And there are questions related to healthcare. We will get to it later, but Marek, Ebert will react. How difficult is to react to what is coming from the EU? How difficult is it to supervise? And what can we expect from the digital sandboxes and from this environment that should be better for the companies? How do we see the European approach and preparation of legislation? I would like to illustrate this on an example that is not related to the AI, but it's related to the digitization, to the debate about digital networks. Commission published at the end of the January the Digital Network Act, and now it's debated. The expectations of all the stakeholders, all the regulators were very high in the area of simplification of the rules. However, it seems that this chance has been wasted. And well, this is quite a good illustrative example. So there's a draft, and then there is this trend to basically adopt these acts that are then directly adopted. And now I'm afraid that with the DNA we will be creating some omnibus in 2 years to simplify this. We need to prevent this in AI area, and I hope that our cooperation on the European level will help us. So my colleagues from the Ministry of Industry and Trade are lobbying for this, and basically there are many additional responsibilities, and we do not know whether the AI omnibus and the digital omnibus, when they will be ready, how they will influence each other, and so on. As to the second question, if I remember it correctly, the regulatory sandboxes, this is not something my office will be responsible for, and I do not want to interfere with my colleagues from other bodies. I see this as an opportunity, again, together with all the stakeholders who will prepare AI solutions. That's a training environment that will allow them in 2 layers, legislation, meeting all the requirements, meeting all the rules of the framework, and then testing the model, whether it is viable and whether it's compliant or not. So I believe that sandboxes represent a tool that could help the market to get a higher level of certainty that they are meeting all the requirements. Well, it is expected that there will be a European sandbox. It's being discussed now, this idea. So there is an interest to have a single European approach, but that does not prevent us to get ready on the national level.
Okay, we don't have to wait. Lukáš, I wanted to add what I have said about the National AI Act. It should be like a role model for death to gold plating. So we will implement the structure, all the supervisory bodies. So we want to be a good pupil, and in cooperation with how the whole certification supervisory process will be set up and infrastructure. Ideally, we want to attract the companies to come here, that we will have a reasonable approach and that it makes sense to have your systems, AI systems certified. So that's the role of the state. So your comments are that it takes long than in other countries, that perhaps taxes are good, but barriers are huge, and that makes it unattractive. So there is room for improvement. Milena, you nodded a lot. So what kind of regulation is the biggest barrier for businesses, regulation that doesn't make sense anymore but could be changed? I don't think that we have time the whole day to talk about it and to list it, but not to be negative all the time. I am very sort of hard on the European Parliament and the Commission, and I keep repeating it. The membership in the EU is of key importance for us, for the citizens and for the companies. So don't take my words that I'm complaining all the time. We have proposals on how to improve it. But on a positive note, improvements and perhaps changes in the setting in terms of the management of the Commission. Ursula, it's quite clear and it's supported by many companies, the Czech Republic among them, and we are aware of the over-regulation that is killing us. and the Commission comes up with omnibuses. There is an omnibus on AI, but AI is not in the vacuum, so we have another omnibus related to digital world, so it consolidates e-privacy, data protection, data, etc. The AI omnibus, well, we have not completed working on the standard, and it says that we Commission believe that the high-risk systems regulation will be postponed so that you know how to register, etc., etc. So it's there. And when I look at AI Omnibus, the savings about 433 million a year and overall savings 8 billion. That sounds great. But then on a depressive note, 8 billion is roughly 5% of all the administrative burden, which is 150 billion euros. So Commission simplifies on one hand side, and on the other hand, adds more and more regulation. So we need really strong pressure from member states mindset and to make sure that there is proper regulation. And perhaps the negotiation with the Cyprus presidency, well, if there is disagreement, a couple of member states, the simplification is deleted. So the situation is really important, and we need the Czech Republic as a strong player. So I rely on Lukáš. And that we won't have any difficult issues that are not needed. Well, I want to highlight what Milena has said. It's difficult to pick a specific thing that would be the biggest problem. Perhaps the biggest problem of the regulatory framework right now is its complexity as such, which is also manifested through unclear nature, unpredictability. In case of AI Act, it's good that the EU has a harmonized framework for the artificial intelligence that is based on risks. However, it depends on a large number of secondary legislation that then additionally sets up standards of expected measures, and there are certain deadlines, but we still do not have the standards, and this is something that AI Omnibus deals with, but we need to do it quickly so that we manage to move the deadlines, and to, create legislation like that is not ideal. The second big thing where the complexity can be seen is the administrative burden. Right now, we have lots of overlapping duties from one regulation to another. And once again, it's something that is being dealt with through the digital fitness check and digital omnibuses. But we see, for example, recycling of certain proposals that have been reworked 3, 4, 5 times in the past 5 years, and we see it in the digital omnibus, and we see them again and again. And what was mentioned here, that there are new proposals coming that are not reflected in this process. And we see already now that not only the Digital Networks Act and Digital Fairness Act will cover areas that are already covered by other types of regulations today. So when you mention the names, it doesn't seem to me that we are simplifying. This is exactly it. We are simplifying regulation through regulation. This is how Europe works. I think it's possible. And as we are in the process, the discussion is going on, it is a good signal, but there are still many things that we should be aware of. One important aspect I want to mention here, and it was mentioned by Milena as well, is fragmentation. For businesses in Europe, it's really good to have a harmonized framework. We see in many member states there is a tendency of gold plating, and I am glad that Lukáš has said that we are going to avoid it in the Czech Republic. And in that, the Czech Republic has been, in the past, over more than a year, very active in negotiating the AI Act. And the voice is strong. And we need to keep that in mind. And we need to have bigger ambitions, become a leader in these discussions, as it's really important. It has been discussed at the European level, but we, see it also in practical world. So last words about regulations, and then we'll talk about practical things. Which competences of the Czech Telecommunication Office would you consider of key importance with respect to the preparation of the new legislation? The key would be to have a fair approach for the sector with which we will cooperate. I can start by saying that there are restricted or prohibited systems that cannot be introduced. That's of key importance because there are some systems that are risky, that are dangerous. There will be more systems that are risky, and there will be rules set for them. So the classification of AI products will be of key importance for us as a supervisor. To tell the truth, in order to be efficient in our work, it's important to have a legislative sort of background that will say it is the Czech Telecommunication Office. Right now, we are working based on a resolution of the government, of the Czech government, that says that it is the Czech Telecommunication Office. So we are listed there, but we need to have it in a law, in the legislation. And then competences for enforcement. If we cannot reach it through just standard communication with the stakeholders. I think that we have quite good experience in the area of digital services. It seems to me, and I really appreciate it, that the industry feels that we are open to the discussion. Last year in autumn, we organized the first workshop without being the AI supervisor, and we tried to map the expectations of the competences of the CTO, and then we met with the Czech National Bank, the Personal Data Protection Office, Ombudsman, and other stakeholders, and then we plan another workshop about education in April. Actually, for AI and the use of AI, education plays an important role. It's an important component, and I'm not talking about education for creators, but education for users. In that area, our office should play an important role to be able to explain the risks that are attached to the use of AI, and we will actually offer that as part of our academy. That's really important. Education, yes. The potential of the Czech Republic is another topic that I want to discuss in the 18 minutes remaining. So what could the Czech Republic focus on to become a leader? The economic strategy talks about AI being an important technology. So what does it all mean for the practical side of things? I knew about this question, but I'm not quite sure how to approach it. What we need to say aloud is that the economic strategy, the document, is the document that will affect many steps of the Czech government right now, and it will be evaluated. But for us to become an AI leader, we need to strongly support development of startups. And it's great that Martin Jiránek, the former chairman of the Startup Association, is the government commissioner for startups of the Ministry of Industry and Trade, so the capital market and many, many other aspects, 28 modes, etc. We need that not only as the Czech Republic, but also as Europe, in order to catch up the US companies. Many talents in the US actually come from Europe. They want to come back. They will come back with lots of experience, but we need to create environment for startups to develop here in Europe. And it's one of the possible answers to your question. But I have one thing that I want to say, and it bothers me for a long time, and I want to criticize all of you and all of us, as the conference about AI are great, but we've been talking about the same things, and we can talk about the government approach, the approach of the Czech Telecommunications Office, but we perhaps do not take it seriously enough, and we are not doing enough. And no matter whether I'm talking about the state or the businesses. So the problem is in the mindset. Well, recently we have OpenAI numbers, and they say they have about billion of users. 5% of users, about 50 million people, use paid versions of ChatGPT. And there is an analysis that says that out of 5%, only 5% of people are able to utilize the technology fully. So 2.5 million of 1 billion. And that's the illustration for all of us. Let's stop talking and let's start doing at all the levels, and then we'll get there. So what is the biggest
balance in the Czech Republic? What are the numbers? So how do you see the Czech Republic as a potential incubator of talents? Well, education is very important, and investment into talents and into education are absolutely of key importance. And I believe, and I would like to add to what Mr. Ebert said, it is definitely important that we need to invest into education of users. However, AI is a very democratic technology, and there are leaps in education, and the education could be easy for creators. So it does not mean that everybody should start their own LLM, but coding itself is currently very approachable even to people without any previous education or previous experience. So still, creators of new technologies, creators of innovations are very perspective area. In Google, we invest into education in digital technologies on all the levels in the Czech Republic through our Digital Garage program, and I believe that we helped more than 700,000 individuals and companies to use this for their personal growth, to search for new career opportunities. So it is a very important activity for us. We were able to modify it according to the latest development. We are now focusing on AI through our trainings that are offered free of charge, available online, or trainings that we organize for SMEs, trainings for the public sector that we make available, because state digitization is very important, because the state should be the leader, the state should support support credibility of the technology, and that is something that we focus on in our education as well. Milena, you've been talking about AI, digitization, not from the technological point of view, but from the point of view of productivity. However, can we support this in Europe? Is there something similar to financial markets? Is there something that could make this happen in Europe? I believe that, well, if there was a hope that we would be able to do it, then it's nice, because now there's this critical risk, but it will be a very difficult task. Lukáš mentioned 28th mode. If we would be successful for small companies to introduce that, that could be an important factor. There are then we try to modify everything and unify everything, and we need to start working on the European level. I was quite appalled by the fact when I read in the economic strategy not mentioning our internal environment. Now we have a commissioner, we have Mr. Sechter, a very experienced diplomat, so there is hope that this work will be done, but the window of opportunity is only limited in time, and perhaps we have a year to do that. And I would like to underline that in the period when we are talking about America first, Europe first, what we need for innovation is the fact that innovation is not limited by borders. We need to cooperate with the US, with Israel, with South Korea, because those are the places where the innovations grow. And if we want to be successful, we need to cooperate. So cooperation not only on European but truly international level. We've heard about 28th mode or regime a couple of times already. It's about voluntarily rules. Why should this be helpful? I think that Milena would be better to answer this. It is a regime for companies to be predictable, to provide unified approach to markets in Europe. Very, very briefly and very simply, you register, you establish a company in one country, and this is valid across the EU. And for small companies, now the question is what kind of tax regime will be introduced and so on. But if this is introduced, this would be a huge advantage for the companies that were complaining about bureaucracy. There are many questions. What is the amount of money that the Czech Republic will invest into AI in 2026? Well, we cannot say that because AI is now involved in everything. It is difficult even to count the number of researchers who are involved in AI. However, AI is now related to everything, so it is difficult to get a reliable figure. It's impossible to get a reliable figure, but that's something that I would like to focus on, and I would ask individual ministries whether they have a budget for investments into AI tools, and I will be able to report the numbers soon, but not today. And now the final round. I would like you to summarize and the question is following. So what the Czech Republic should focus on use fully its potential that was mentioned in the beginning. Julia, will you start? Well, if I may, I will briefly return to what has been already discussed, returning to similar topics. Talents, investments into talents, that's very important area. Support of important area. Support of innovation ecosystem by setting the legislative network and proactive support, financial support or other types of support. That is also very important. And I would like to point out also the role of the digital state to quality, and we see this in other makes sense to invest into this state to quality, and we see this in other makes sense to invest into this area. So we should actively participate in these discussions, and we should fight for our priorities, and we should trust ourselves. Why do you think that large language models are so good in Czech language? Because Czech researchers were involved in creating these models. So our footprint can be quite large here. Milena, what would you add? Well, with Europe has got talent, the Czech Republic has got talent. There are great projects, there are startups, but I'm still looking at the word bureaucracy. If regulation grows quicker than innovation, we risk that we will only purchase technologies, not develop them, and that's something we need to decide now, not in half a year. We need to start working hard. We should really use this opportunity. Marek, Ebert? Well, I would like to represent the point of view of regulation, make the regulation in a smart way. We should support innovation. We should not prevent innovation and their implementation. And let's return to what the government commissioner said. I like this equal approach. So let's do what we've put into the strategic documents. So if there's a strategy, if there are tasks, let's implement them, because that's the easiest thing that you can do for any technology development. So let's do what we already have defined and do not spend time on trying to explain why it's not possible. I love to be the last to speak. In the beginning, we've asked the question whether the Czech Republic can be the creator. It is a necessity because it is also the question related to the sovereignty of the Czech Republic and Europe as such. And it has been mentioned by Milena and Julia. It does not mean that we will be totally independent in everything, that we will be able to replace technologies, be it chips from Taiwan or large language models from the US, but it's about cooperation, and we should be very independent and very sovereign from the technological point of view, and it's the question of safety and security. Thank you, Milena Jabůrková. Thank you, Julie Schvarcová, Lukáš Kačena, Marek, Ebert. This was the first panel of the Digital Czech Republic 2026. We will have a 15-minute break now. I would like to thank our partners, mainly Google. Thank you for moving the topics forward, and we will continue after the break, the digital state and infrastructure, security versus functionality. Your summary was perfect, Lukáš, and we will start again at 10:15.
Mě fascinuje lidská řeč. Já jsem si říkal, kolik v tom byl čert, aby jako my jako inženýři nepřišli na to, jak by mašina mohla rozumět, že, té lidské řeči.
Katedra sociální práce, Filozofické fakulty a univerzity.
Good a quiet future.
E2B. Profesor Hinežek Manský.
V porotě jsem už 3. rok a ta kvalita neustále stoupá.
Velké díky, vážíme si toho, těším se na to, co společně provedeme příští rok. Krásný večer.
Poučit se i z přemýšlení, jaké firmy mají a jak přistupují k řešení problému.
Mě fascinuje lidská řeč. Já jsem si říkal, kolik v tom byl čert, aby jako my jako inženýři nepřišli na to, jak by mašina mohla rozumět, že, té lidské řeči.
Nějaký článek, zjistila jsem, že je to po celé republice, tak jsem si tam vlastně dala filtr, co se děje v Praze dneska, a to nás vlastně přivedlo sem. Nejlepší bylo všechno.
Co se týče AI, automatizace a přeskytku use case a digitalizace obecně ve firmním biznesovém prostředí je naprosto nezbytné ukazovat, na čem ostatní pracují a poučit se z jednotlivých use caseů a poučit se i z přemýšlení. Dny AI je naprosto nezbytná akce pro to, abychom si mohli sdílet zkušenosti napříč jednotlivými odvětvími a potkávat nové.
Velké díky, vážíme si toho, těším se na to, co společně provedeme příští rok. Krásný večer.
Přijďte se podívat.
Obecně ve firmním, v biznesovém prostředí je naprosto
Národní
nezbytné
ekonomické
ukazovat, na
fórum,
čem
nová
ostatní
platforma
pracují a
sdružující
poučit se z
podnikatele,
jednotlivých
biznismeny,
use caseů a
politiky.
poučit se i z
Jsme se tady bavili
přemýšlení,
o
jaké
české
firmy mají a
ekonomice,
jak
o
přistupují
tom,
k
jak
řešení
udělat ještě
problémů.
konkurenceschopnější v českém budování měřítku. Jestli se nám to podařilo, posuďte sami.
My jsme se o tom dozvěděli na internetu, vyšel nějaký článek, zjistila jsem, že je to po celé republice, tak jsem si tam vlastně dala filtr, co se děje v Praze dneska a to nás vlastně přivedlo sem. Nejlepší bylo všechno.
Co se týče AI, automatizace a všech těchto use caseů a digitalizace
Tak to bylo Národní
obecně ve
ekonomické
firmním, v
fórum
biznesovém prostředí
2025.
je
A
naprosto
já se těším na
nezbytné
viděnou
ukazovat,
při
na čem
konání
ostatní
příštího
pracují a
ročníku.
poučit se z jednotlivých use caseů a poučit se i z přemýšlení. Dny AI je naprosto nezbytná akce pro to, abychom si mohli sdílet zkušenosti napříč jednotlivými odvětvími a potkávat nové lidi.
Čeká nás konference Next Gen Energetika 2035. Konference, která bude klást otázky, která bude dávat odpovědi a která dá prostor k diskuzím i otázkám z pléna. Konference, která je v naší budoucnosti.
Dny AI jsou svátek, který spojuje různý cílové
Diskutovali
skupiny
jsme na
ohledně
téma
tématu AI.
energetická
Přijďte se
bezpečnost,
podívat.
jaderná energetika, digitalizace a inovace a taky obnovitelné zdroje.
Národní ekonomické fórum, nová platforma sdružující podnikatele, biznismeny, politiky. Jsme se tady bavili o české ekonomice, o tom, jak udělat konkurenceschopnější v českém budování měřítku. Jestli se nám to podařilo, posuďte sami. Národní ekonomické fórum 2025 a já se těším na viděnou při konání příštího ročníku.
K diskuzím i otázkám z pléna. Konference, která je v naší budoucnosti.
10. ročník konference Digitální Česko. Víc než 20 řečníků, stánky partnerů, zkušeností a příběhů. Podívejte se sami.
téma energetická bezpečnost, jaderná energetika, digitalizace a inovace a taky obnovitelné zdroje.
lidské zdroje, regulace a vztah Evropy vůči celému zbytku světa. To byla témata, která hýbala 10. ročník konference. Přijďte na 11.
Mě fascinuje lidská řeč. Já jsem si říkal, kvůli fondu Czech, aby jako my jako inženýři nepřišli na to, jak ty mašina mohla rozumět, že, té lidské řeči.
Lidské zdroje, regulace a vztah Evropy vůči celému zbytku. To byla témata, která hýbala 10. konference.
Profesor Hinejžekmanský.
V porotě jsem už 3. rok a ta kvalita neustále stoupá.
Velké díky, vážíme si toho, těším se na to, co společně provedeme příští rok. Krásný večer.
Obecně ve firmním, v biznesovém prostředí je naprosto nezbytný ukazovat, na čem ostatní pracují a poučit se z jednotlivých use caseů a poučit se i z přemýšlení, jaké firmy mají a jak přistupují k řešení problému.
Dame más duro.
naše milé publikum, milé dámy, milí...
Ladies and gentlemen, the break was not long, but hopefully you are refreshed and you are coming to the second panel. The title is The Digital State and Infrastructure, Security versus Functionality. And I would like to ask the panelists, so the Commissioner for Digitization and Strategic Security, Member of the Chamber of Deputies of the Parliament of the Czech Republic, Robert Králíček. Good morning. So welcome. Good morning. The second panelist is the Director of the National Cyber and Information Security Agency, Lukáš Kintr. Good morning. Then we have General Director for the Czech Republic and Slovakia, Microsoft, Michal Stachnik. And the General Director of CETIN Group, Juraj Šedivý. So, dear panelists, please take your seats, pour yourself a glass of water, sit comfortably, and let's start. So, once again, I would like to invite you to join in our discussion by asking your questions in Slido. I do not promise that we will have answers to all of them, but I'll do my best. Ever since the old times, people need to feel security and safety. They need to be protected. And there is always somebody that wants to somehow abuse and get some advantage. So those who want to breach the rules usually are ahead of those who protect the rules. So my question to start is, so what is the situation of the cyber security and digital state? So let's start from the left. I'll start with you, Juraj Šedivý. Good morning once again. I think that we have regulation, good regulation. We have an office that focuses on cyber security elements, all the vulnerable components. But as you said, those malicious factors, they always are ahead. So it is a process that never ends. So you just cannot fix everything and protect the infrastructure, sort of land your plane and then start off again. We have the malicious actors and there is always their intention, but we are lucky that there was no sort of huge outage of applications or technologies, but we have to be very careful. Mr. Stachnik? Well, I would perhaps join into what Juraj Šedivý has said. When we look at the cyber war, and let's not pretend it's not existing, but we are in a good situation in the Czech Republic, but it's a never-ending fight. And the fact that we are in a relatively good position does not mean that it cannot change relatively quickly. And with AI, the pressure is actually rising. So it does not mean that we can say, oh, everything is just fine. We can tick this box and let's go on. Hopefully, this idea has never ever crossed any person's mind. So what about you, Lukáš Kintr? How do you perceive it? I will follow up on what was said already. One thing is, how are we ready? And and what kind of environment we are going to prepare. In that respect, the Czech Republic actually takes top positions in various lists, and the readiness also on the international level looks quite well, but it's up to us how skillful are we with implementation and securing the real security. And as we've heard, there is no beginning, no end, it's continuous, and we can always face difficulties anytime, and in the best case scenario we will learn a lesson and improve it for the future. So what is the position of the public administration? I think there is still a lot that can be done, and public administration should be more active and to be a role model for the private sector, in particular when we talk about the implementation of the new Cybersecurity Act, NIS2. And here the public sector can still has a lot that they can do. We have an excellent institution, NUKIP, that is praised also from abroad. It's the institution that is perceived as a very prestigious body. We also public sector. Sooner or later, we would need to redistribute resources, or we can say for 10 years that we have no resources for cybersecurity, for public administration, or we'll have to centralize these resources and start using it. Our luxury is that we live within the peaceful environment, and we should really utilize that. Thank you very much for your first answers. They resonate the fact that we are doing well, we are ready, but the situation in the world is becoming more and more tense, and the war that is not that far away from us. Russia invaded Ukraine 4 years ago. Last year we talked about the adaptation of modern technologies also in this hot conflict. The threats are getting nearer to us. So what is the closest potential threat? Because our panel also focuses on infrastructure. So the idea that we have no internet, no phone calls are possible, this idea is just horrible. So which threat is the nearest? And what we as a state, companies can do about such a potential threat. So could you please start, Mr. Králíček? Well, the Russia-Ukrainian conflict showed us how the conventional war changed, and we see that even in Ukraine there are often attacks on civilian infrastructure, and the state needs to address the digital infrastructure in a similar way to energy or transport infrastructure. We should focus on protecting critical infrastructure, because if we do not have electricity or internet access or other parts of critical infrastructure, then for the country, for the society, for the government, it would be really important. So I would fear cyber attacks or physical drone attacks on critical infrastructure. This is what we can see in Ukraine. How to face it? How are we getting prepared for that? As part of our priorities, we want to focus also on legislation of anti-drone infrastructure. When we talk about the critical part of infrastructure, often we face some legal barriers, but also drone or UAV detection. We see, based on the experience from the conflict, that it's difficult to detect the drone, and particularly when we talk about densely populated areas where the key buildings and points are, how to eliminate these drones without affecting the lives of civilians. So this is something that we focus on, and in cooperation with the National Cyber and Information Security Agency, we are working on that. We should also centralize our resources, definitely analyze all the security threats, have an analytical team or an institution that will assess these threats, because when talking about threats and real hybrid threats, and do not mistake it that we are only talking about disinformation or fake news, we just have to look at it in a comprehensive way, and we need to build capacities in order to be able to eliminate these threats. So centralize and analyze is that on behalf of the National Cyber and Information Security Agency the only way. From the point of view of public administration, it makes sense to concentrate the capacities, not to do 3 times the same things, but share what we have available in order to protect the widest possible group of entities, institutions, the critical information infrastructure that many other physical services are based on, that we can, for example, switch on the light. How do you see it in Microsoft? I would perhaps divide it to 2 parts, my answer. What can we do? Most of all is to start fulfilling the requirements of NIS2. 2-3 years ago, it could have looked like yet another bureaucratic step that will affect not only public administration but also private entities. But within today's context, it is obvious that it's a necessary step. Then what I want to say is that we should look at our critical infrastructure from the point of view of hybrid scenarios. The conflict in Ukraine shows that you have to be ready and flexible from the point of view if you want to have the data at home or in the cloud, or how quickly you are able to transfer the data between these 2 poles. None of these poles or extreme points is something that you should be locked in. So be ready and be flexible and respond to the situation. So it means that those large key data should be not only stored either at home or in the cloud, but at both places. Well, that's one of the options of the technical. There are many technical solutions, so you should think about it, what you do, and not to be surprised by a situation that you have lots of data that are built in a way that you cannot migrate them easily, and the other way around. And the second part, no, that was the second part of my answer. Thank you. What is your position? Well, I would wind it up. I think that it's not only the state administration that should avoid fragmentation, but definitely without the commercial sector, public administration is not able to do whatever is needed, because there are many aspects of the life of Czech citizens that depend on commercial entities and the civil infrastructure. And I do not believe that the Czech Republic can exist without the contacts of larger entities, organizations, and without cooperating with its allies, as it is just a pure illusion. The Czech Republic, from the point of view of digital environment and keeping vital functions and features, the Czech Republic is not able to be fully independent, not respecting the surrounding environment. So sovereignty does not mean that we will build barriers and we will do everything ourselves and we will have everything under the control, every single line of the code. No, we have to have good cooperation with international partners in order to make sure that we have really safe and secure environment. Question to the other side of the table. The cooperation between the public sector and the private sector is really needed, not only within the Czech Republic, but within the whole EU and NATO countries. How how is that included or how is it done? And I have to mention the question that is in the previous panel, Mr. Klučka explicitly said that Prime Minister will manage digitization. And what are you actually doing, Mr. Králíček?
Well, a good question. I attend conferences. We are glad to have you here. Now, of course, the Prime Minister is busy with other priorities as well. Digitization is a priority, but he is involved in many topics. Mr. Klučka said that there are certain projects that were mentioned in the government manifesto, and I'm also responsible for strategic security, and we will create a government center of strategic protection, also creation of strategic state network, uniform network for state cooperation and communication. In the nearest years, we will need to address the question of a network of the integrated rescue system, the anti-drone security and defense. So I have a lot to do, and of course there's always the boss, and that's the Prime Minister. Then there is this government council, and the boss is the Prime Minister. And how about cooperation between the private sector and the public administration? Would you involve private sector in activities of these bodies? Certainly, we cannot do anything without the private sector, and the government, if it introduces its solutions, then these solutions are delivered by private companies in communication, in archiving, and of course the private sector is an important partner. We need to develop this cooperation, and gradually perhaps we would be able to create first company with 51% stake of state and remaining state of a private company. We do not need to invade the bicycle. We can look for inspiration to Denmark, for example, the bank identity and so on. However, in the Czech Republic, this is something that we are not ready yet, but that's a that is certainly a possibility how to involve private partners. We can think about PPP projects. I don't know whether it would be possible in digitization, but in safety and security. And again, there are examples from abroad. You need to have corresponding legislation and legal rules. That's something we will need to do because without close cooperation between the public and private sectors, we won't be able to get ahead. Well, we can assume then that if this is done, the National Cyber and Information Security Agency will be involved. So do you do that? Yes, there are projects in which our agency support this, not only as one of possible solutions, but the only possible solution to involve the private stakeholders. And given the speed of the technology change, it is obvious that the state is not able to keep up with these changes and that it would be able to introduce better solutions. And we've already heard that we should look to Ukraine, and there are lessons to be learned from this conflict. And what we really should focus on is that this war showed us again that we need to focus on safety, security, and reliability of supply chains, because unreliable supplier in a volatile situation can actually escalate the situation, and the government, the country can get into real trouble. So these supply chains should be closely monitored, and the government should really think twice who the partners are. And it's not good to have all the eggs in a single basket. You need to diversify. That's probably what you said in your previous answer, and you would be probably one of these suppliers. I would like to praise the National Cyber and Information Security Agency, and that's not something I do frequently. You need to set rules because they actually increase safety and security as such, and I believe that this agency is a very good enlightened regulator we can talk to. To your question, from the point of view of geopolitical questions, there are many question marks related to large technology players such as Microsoft about safety, security, reliability, potential red buttons. And we always think, well, if only was it so easy. It's not true, quite to the contrary. I think that partnership between the governments and large players leads to higher security, and I keep repeating this to our partners at different conferences. My business is trust. We sell trust, cloud services, AI services, security services. I won't be able to sell these products if I'm not a trusted partner. And you need to get this trust, and you can build it through security and safety. And we invest a lot of energy, money, people, all the resources into building this trust. Trust is an important topic, trust on international level, and there are many problems related to that. We will not get into details, but for you and your company, is trust the main commodity? Yes, definitely. We need to earn this trust. And the government has mandate from its citizens, and we must, as commercial sector, we must earn this trust through participation in providing services in different partnerships. And for different reasons, in the Czech Republic, the trust between private sector and the government is slightly disturbed. It's quite difficult to earn it again, but we need to do that because in all democracies are relying on this partnership. And well, we've heard the word trust from all of you, and Mr. Králíček, you said that it is difficult to trust someone in this age when AI is being able to build fake news, how can we trust information? Is that a topic that would be high on your list? Okay, I can have low trust in private sector, but then I can face a situation when I'm not able to trust anyone unless I meet the person personally. So how high is this topic on your list? I will use what I see on the screen. What is the biggest hurdle in the Czech Republic? And we see this word bureaucracy, but I think that the biggest hurdle is the trust. And I think that the trust in the Czech Republic is very low based on the previous problems of many projects. And I believe that after the failure of the Building Act digitization, we cannot do yet another mistake, and we cannot do that. So we need to earn trust also with our civil servants. It's difficult, and I think that no certified organization authorized by law is able to do that. We've lost authorities. We've lost politicians. We lost our trust into academia, into actors, and that happened during the COVID pandemics. And there's a huge gap in the society. So we do not trust the experts anymore. And today, thanks to AI that is able to generate anything, you can see dancing Trump, our prime minister, selling shares of Agrofert and things like that. And even if my wife calls me, I can be slightly suspicious when I face her personally. Then it's quite clear because she's always right. However, today what we see that there are attacks on the media. You can create any information server. So it's quite difficult, and the situation is very complex, and the government should try to regain trust in public institutions and in itself, so that we as representatives of the government are credible for our citizens. So that was a quite nice description of the situation, and that politicians are actually undermining credibility of experts and scientists. How to do that? You've basically described what the situation is like. How what should you do to change it? Well, you cannot do this through legislation. It's up to the individual politicians how they act, how they are able to implement and to deliver the promises that were given during the political campaigns. So what we try to do is to prepare projects that can be delivered, and that can be delivered in a way to get us credibility. But I cannot give you a 100% recipe, and it's up to the citizen to make their decisions.
But it's difficult for the citizens to decide what is the truth and whom to trust. Is there actually a way how to approach this? Well, I think that it's the transfer of responsibility of those who distribute the information. Someone needs to be responsible for the contents. I cannot just, say, I'm not responsible. You will not put a billboard on your house with some statements that are not true. Well, we, dealt with that when we were dealing with unfair businesses offering all sorts of dreams. And the same should apply to information. Well, dancing Trump, it really doesn't matter to me. But if there is somebody offering financial services, I would somehow check if the personalities, advertising it. I should be able to check it and verify it. I should verify whether 30% revenue on investment into gold is possible or not. Yeah, so there should be legal or liability. Okay. There were many topics mentioned, so choose one. So verification is a way. And the main problem is the speed. While consuming information, we got used to it, and any algorithm goes against it. The same applies to banking. We got used to instant payments, and then sometimes we are disappointed that our money got to a totally different account that we intended. So the way how to identify responsibility for distributed information, but we cannot actually give up our own responsibility for consuming information and following them. Yes, we need to work with the education system, with the schools. Yes, definitely. The education could be the way. Then it's not only sort of criminal responsibility or liability, but it's a personal responsibility of a single person and the morality, because that's the only thing that could be. But you can say the critical resilience of the citizens, critical thinking at schools, yes, but that's a question for years to come. And this is something that we face in our basic area, and that is the safe movement in the cyber environment. It's not only about consuming information, but what you share with whom, how you behave, how well your accounts are secured, etc., etc. So you need to work with those who are in a productive age, but also think about how to send more and more resilient people into this world. I will follow up on what was said here. I will look at it from the technology point of view, and also I will add something what we try in Microsoft, and that is supporting education and knowledge and skills. That's why last year we started something that we call a national AI skilling plan. We try to train 350,000 Czech citizens, whether these are civil servants, SMEs, and a part of the education is not only how to use AI, but how to use it responsibly and securely. So a major part of how to sort of fight against these technologies that could be used for malicious purposes is definitely education. There are also many technological tools, how to help it, how to do it, but it's similar to security. It's a never-ending fight. For every single technology, there is a way how to abuse it, and you are looking once again for a way how to protect it or defend yourself. And we heard it from Mr. Klučka. Skilling and introduction of these things into curricula starting from elementary schools all the way up. I will just repeat what was said. It's clear that the systems that are built on AI systems prevail over human thinking, but where should be the man in the middle? And it has to be the man who makes the decision whether they will respond to a video where Petra Kvitová, a tennis player, is selling bonds. And we just need to start teaching children all the way up to seniors, and we need to teach them critical thinking. It's not like an instruction for use, but it just make a step back. Think before you push the button, and it's not easy if you look at the streaming platforms and gaming platforms, how they attack the young brains. And dopamine once is more dopamine. So these are cycles where a person really is in a weaker position. So I think that it leads to regulation, protection, as young brains have no way how to protect and defend against the algorithms. You wanted to respond. Just a brief comment. I can see a lot of space for public service media educating the society. They have huge coverage. And you can educate people about NIS2, educate companies that should be part of it. Then critical thinking, we have several TV channels, so that could be used. And it could be the service for public service media, how to educate the society in critical thinking, verification and information and others. But now I go to one question that I want to say. It's regulation that most probably is needed. However, there is always a discrepancy between regulation and freedom. So where is the freedom to make decisions and to buy, let's say, bonds from a famous tennis player? If you freely decide, why not, to buy it? Or when you say, you know, the person has no education, you know, it's absolute nonsense. Even Petra Kvitová will not give you 30% profit on bonds. It just doesn't work like that. And I'm afraid that this situation will happen because there will always be, as we've heard, those who defend are always slightly late. And ever since the early days, human beings wanted to be protected, and then a guard came, you can't. But the person says, well, I am free and I can. Well, if you will go there, I will stop you. So what? Well, I am not a legislator, but I think that in the future the legislation will have to change because adopting legislation is a lengthy process, but in principle the state should sort of set the borders of the playing field. Well, if I use the metaphor of Petra Kvitová, the state will set where are the borders of the football field, and the state should then supervise that the football player does not go beyond the border of this football field, so that the football player follows all the basic rules. And of course, it will be always responsibility of every single individual. We always make the decision and click the button, send something. And the same applies to AI. One of my teachers has always said there is a mistake in between the chair and the keyboard. So it's always up to the person who makes the decision. It's, you know, up to the person. Well, when you get married, you have to say yes, and it's your responsibility, not the responsibility of the legislation. But it's difficult to adapt even if you are young and full of energy. But the threats and the difficulties come so quickly, so perhaps someone should protect us. But then you get to the discussion of over-regulation versus liberal approach and free business. Well, that's actually the topic of our panel. Security or functionality. It's about education, but let's not wait for having new curricula. It's the public sector, the state through public service, media. So never-ending education in real time. Yes, because we make the decision and we are responsible for that. Thank you very much. You are nodding. So do you want to comment on that? I would like to highlight that security versus functionality can be a false dilemma, because in an optimum situation, well-implemented security measures, rules, regulation leads to a functional system. So I wouldn't put it as contradiction but as something that supports each other. Yes, definitely. No, education will make sure that we will be 100% educated. But when talking about risk management, we reduce or mitigate the risks if we have a well-set education system, and we reduce the number of cases when someone will be abused. So yes, by education, we can do that. Mr. Stachnik, you wanted to add something to that? I think that functionality without security wouldn't work. It's, again, about trust. So we are going back to the beginning. And simply speaking, it's a huge debate within the society where to set the borders, where the freedom ends. It's about risk management, basically, or mitigation of risks, and it's about the discussion within the society. It's our decision how far we want to go with regulation and where we believe that it will be to the detriment of the society. It will not be protecting the society. One more question related to that. So when talking about security and functionality, what is the relationship to the freedom of citizens, types like the right to anonymity, right to be forgotten, in order not to build a big brother? Would you like to respond to that? Well, I will respond to that because this is the type of question that I am asked often, and it's related to technology giants such as our company. It's simple. Companies like ours should comply with the EU laws, Czech Republic laws, and compliant with the regulatory framework set by the legislation or regulator, and that's quite clear. So in case of Microsoft, we fully comply. So when you talk about a huge multinational seated in the US, we have one more question. This is the time when the US are not that clearly supporting us, our region. Just take the threats with respect to Greenland. So what is our position when the state uses services of these large corporations? What is the position of the state sovereignty? Could you please respond as the first one, because you are a representative of this company? I'm quite actually curious that you are asking only now. I expected this question to be raised much earlier. First of all, what I want to say, my whole professional life I spent working for these US-based companies. And I think that it would be a mistake, and I'm not talking about it because I have worked and working for that, to make some hasty decisions and to go to the opposite extreme that USA no from now on, and we will look for our own way. For me, sovereignty, security does not mean to be isolated from the other, insulated from the others. And perhaps the solution or answer to this question is to have a good strategy, well-thought flexibility in terms of technology. And also we as companies, we respond to that. In case of Microsoft, it will be a year. Last year in April, we issued 5 commitments with respect to the EU that talk about increasing our data center capacities. We say that we will improve the security of Europe, that we will implement technologies of sharing information. We go all the way to the extremes where source codes of our products are stored in Switzerland, so our partners in case of emergency have access to that. And we heard about Denmark. Actually, the Czech Republic belongs to a cluster of countries with these countries. And I can tell you that 14 days, 3 weeks ago in Denmark, there was a training between Microsoft and the state, and there was a simulation of potential threat. You know, we will cut the wire. It's just hypothetically what would happen, how the state could function using our technologies independent on the continent. Could it? Yes, it could. We have tested it and it works. So it was successful. It's only about the technical measures that you will take, and we are ready for that.
Is Cetin ready? I believe we are. Let me give you a broader look. If we share the fundamental transatlantic values, we do not need to discuss all the details. I can discuss this only as a private person, whether the threat to Greenland was good or not. But in all other questions, cybersecurity, zero trust, architecture, and so on, all these relations are intact. We debate this on expert level. We work on resilience, so the cooperation and the dialogue are ongoing. Of course, we need to discuss all the topics that raise the question marks about reliability of a partner. It's not my role to judge this. I'm only commenting this as a private person, but on the business level, everything is all right, including the autonomy of systems that we purchase from the United States, and there's no need to discuss that. We use it in the networks. Just 3 brief comments as far as the readiness and trust to the supplier. One of the main requirements of the Act is to think about the exit strategy regardless of the origin of the supplier. That is something you need to address. The second comment, when we think about alternative, is there really an alternative? Do we have a better partner, better supplier? And then third, of course, I'm also not the person to make comments about political statements in the Czech Republic, in the US. But again, we have good cooperation and mutually advantageous cooperation with our partners in the US and helping us to increase security in the Czech Republic. It's great to have you on the panel because you are answering all the questions. We have a strategy. So what do you now think about the latest political turmoil? Well, perhaps I will use all the previous answers. We cannot afford any isolation. We historically in Europe are dependent, and we are continuing to deepen these dependencies. We should have exit strategy. I agree with Lukáš. We should prioritize local suppliers, local industry, be it in industry, be it in supply of key systems. If able, we should purchase them locally. However, there are certain areas where we have no choice and we have to select a non-European supplier. And in that case, we need to have an autonomous solution. And I'm not a great fan of these dramatic scenarios. I cannot really imagine that, because if I accept that, we need to think what we will do with the F-35 jets, 20 of them, if someone will cut them off. One last question. Why the National Cyber and Information Security Agency is not responsible for AI? Well, we can certainly address the security issues related to AI, but we should not be responsible for the content. We should be responsible for cybersecurity, but AI development as such is related to digitization, and that is something that we are not responsible for from the legislative point of view. And before we go to the final statements, I have a topic that is dear to me, and that is financing. Well, there is a huge gap between what you earn as a public servant and what you earn in a private company. How to face that if we want to get the best people for security, if we want them to work for the state? Well, of course, the salaries in the government and the public sector should be increased, and they should reflect the necessary education, and also the prestige of these offices should increase. It is not unusual that in Germany or in the US, someone from the private company will go to a public office for 3 or 5 years, maybe for a little less money, but it is seen as something very prestigious. So this prestige should improve, and there are so many reasons why to do that. Of course, it's quite difficult to tell this to someone who is 25 with a family and so on, but we should do this. Well, it's not up to me to comment the salaries in the public sectors, because there are areas where they were able to address this. There are areas where the situation is not so good. But when I talk to civil servants, they mention the fact that what they are lacking is prestige or the ability to work on some really important projects, and this is something where you could actually improve your marketing and really to increase the prestige of civil service. How prestigious is it to work for the National Cyber and Information Security Agency? Well, it is very prestigious up to the moment when you need to pay your mortgage. If you are not able to buy housing while serving the government, well, there are no questions. We need to try to basically make the gap between private and public sector smaller. We need to also underline other advantages of the public service, such as certain stability that is often not the case in the private sector. And the second part of the question, whether this should be replaced by purchasing this from the private sector. Well, the state is right now lacking people who would be able to cooperate with the private sector. So that is something that is often overlooked. How can we get the right people to the civil service? We should definitely try to redefine the salaries, and we should be able to create a system of some extraordinary benefits. Of course, the public sector would not be able to give you more than the private sector. However, there should be a possibility to share the experts, to have a set of experts in some institution to share the data, and these experts should be able to cooperate and communicate with the private sector. And I see this every year in all the drafts of budgets for individual ministries, how many experts are needed. In certain areas, the people do not even exist, so we will have to find a way how to share them, and we will have to find a way how to pay these people. We can never correspond to Microsoft and Cetin, and you need certain framework in the public sector, and you certainly cannot expect that in the public sector there will be such HR offices well developed. You know this from your own experience. However, I can imagine that in certain institutions, in certain positions, there could be a system of some extra benefits and bonuses that could be used. And in certain positions in the National Cyber and Information Security Agency, these people are able to work in different frameworks, and we need to be able to use this. We have the last minute. Please, what is your wish for the digital infrastructure and digital country as in this? Do not wait, execute, and let's implement what is on the paper. I repeat myself, increase trust. Gentlemen, thanks a lot for participating in the panel. Juraj Šedivý, Michal Stachník, Lukáš Kinter, Robert Králíček. No, there's no break. There's no break. I would like to thank Justin, and I will take over the scene. Thank you for finalizing this debate. So, of course, there are many ideas, but we need to know how to implement them. And we will go to the next panel, and the title is Rules of the Digital Economy, Market Protection, or a Barrier to Innovation and Growth.
So we have heard a lot. We heard that digital economy accounts of GDP and that we are digitized in the business as 80% of transactions are cashless. And the more digitization also means that better analytics with more efficient tax collection. So last year there were 15% of discrepancies in terms of VAT discovered. The volume was larger. And on one hand side, and on the other one is the platform that improve comfort and speed. So are the rules a break or a huge support? How to find a balance between effective functioning of the state and protection of the market? So we will welcome here Director General from the General Financial Director, Simona Hornochová. Hello. Then Chairman of the Office for the Protection of Competition, Petr Mlsna, who held several other positions within the public administration. He was working in various supervisory roles.
She is a director of group shopper financing at Allegro, where she is responsible, for example, for embedded finance, and she will be the English-speaking person at today's Digital Tech. A máme tady také Petra Poláka.
And then we have Petr Polák, country manager for Visa. He actually led the company through an important transformation. Welcome. And once again, please use Slido to ask your questions. And I'll start with a round of questions. Simona Hornochová, 80% of payments are digital. Do you see it as an opportunity for more efficient collection of taxes or rather a challenge for the state? Thank you very much for giving me the floor first. Well, we see it as a huge opportunity, as I believe that if we all change the way how we think and the mindset, and not only the world and the business will digitize, that also tax collection will digitize, it will be more efficient, and I believe it will be it. We heard, let's implement, let's act. I've been working for the public administration for the past 3 years, and I think that we see great opportunities, but also great challenges, but not in the sense that we would slow down something. No, we have to change our mindset, move more into the digital thinking, but also the external world needs to change its mindset, because the digitized parts of the economy, the tax morale or paying taxes is much lower, because original roots are sort of rebelling against the official structure, standard business. We need to be able to work with it, to understand it, If we want to digitize, we need data. And then there is a huge responsibility as the data must be protected, but the world must understand it and give the data to us. That was wonderful because you touched upon many topics that we are going to discuss. Well, Petr Mosna, he is responsible for protecting of competition, but it's more and more difficult to specify it as we is without borders. So how does it affect your work? Quite substantially. We have to realize that a vast majority of economic activities is moving into internet, e-commerce. There are automated systems based on algorithms that repeat and change in time. And if we want to discover cartels, we would need to focus on that. And most businesses actually use these technologies, and we see it, and no one managed to prove if sometimes companies are actually working in harmony in their algorithms. And what we heard in the introduction, it's all about data. It's about data analytics. And today, more than about classical cartels, we need to focus on getting data, analyzing data. And the problem that we face today as offices for protection of competition is to get hold of data. The state has many data, but it forbids to process data, analyze data through the legislation, and we see it. We cannot get hold of data of the financial administration, or we cannot get hold of data of the statistical office and many other institutions, public institutions, because there are legislative barriers. And we have to start dismantling these barriers. Because if you look at digital economy, if it stays fixed at the level of large monopolies, then we will definitely be in a weaker position, and we will come up with more and more regulation to ensure fair competition. So let's also talk about private entities, and I'll switch into English.
It would be great to introduce Allegro as not only a online shopping mall, as I call it, but some innovative payment company. And what the digitalization enables you to do?
Is it working? Okay. Many of you might perceive Allegro as, this traditional customer and merchant thing, but actually we are perceiving ourselves internally as a digital company with a strong fintech branch and logistics services. This plus advertising is is meant to create a self-perpetual flywheel of convenience for our customers and our merchants. We have invested heavily in financial services over the last years. We have our own lending services and also payment ones. It might be interesting for the purpose of this discussion that both our businesses that I've mentioned right now are regulated by the Polish Financial Supervision Authority. And in terms of lending, just to give you the perspective of the scale that we operate at in the regulator environment is in terms of our lending capabilities. Our buy now, pay later method is used by 3 million customers on and on platform. And last year it produced 10 billion of loans, which when you compare it to, for example, a banking market in terms of installment loans, it's like 1/3 of the market. Also, we obtained a payment institution license, and we took over a full control of our payment layer. And last year we have processed 70 billion of gross merchandise value, which puts us in a second place in terms of scale of a payment service provider on the market. So we see that I would rather say that the customer preferences are guiding our actions. We are providing not only 3P solutions, payment solutions, but we are also building our own solutions. We see that in case customers cannot find their preferred payment method, let's say we have a failure or so, they are just dropping baskets, and they are coming within few hours or so. We see also how lending capabilities, if they are embedded well, can increase the spending of the customer on the platform. As well as the customers are using it not only because they lack money, but they absolutely love the convenience that we offer. And on the point of what has been said, I think that we would even further benefit as a company, as a business, if we could also rely on the data from the national registers. Like we already do in our onboarding process. We have data, governmental data from mCitizen governmental application, so the customers can use it to onboard. But if we could, for example, grasp the data of the customers to make our models, it would be great.
We'll definitely get to that point because I think that's something that connects you all together. And I'll switch back to Czech, even though I know Peter would do great with English. Ale přepneme zpět do češtiny. Myslím si, že
I think that Peter could add something that was mentioned by Anya. How do you see the advantages of electronic payments? We have more and more data. What does it mean for the business and also for them? So when I look at the journey, my 13 years visa actually of a consumer, it was based on the fact that the user experience that again improved the comfort and that.
However, subject limits, we have to self-limit ourselves, and data is not about quantity but about quality. So we really need only so the companies now provide information about the turnover, annual turnover, and we were able to see certain suspicious behavior by some fleet companies, and we have a lot of data documenting that, and we were able to disclose the relations. And very often organized crime is behind this, and we've asked the platforms for data, because up to now we were able to get the data only on annual basis, but now we need to get the data on monthly basis. And I really appreciate the fact that these platforms do not want to be in exploitation of drivers and slave work. And according to our approximate numbers, there are huge amounts of taxes that we are not collecting, and so you need to select the correct data. You need to analyze the behavior on data, and we really do not want to create any big brother. So you need to separate individuals from the data, and only if there is some kind of suspicious behavior you can investigate. But we need to understand logic of the business, because what is normal in let's say the offline business, then it can it functions differently in the online business. So we need to understand it first and then to act accordingly. So are there any specific examples from you, Petr? Does data help you to regulate, or is it making your life more difficult? Where for us to regulate, data is important, but it's not the main issue. We need to understand the market. Looking at the digital economy, the behavior patterns are completely different, and we need to understand the network effects. We need to understand interoperability between individual software solutions. We need to understand how the services are provided, whether there's some bundling of services, whether provision of services are related to provision of another services. We've seen this We've seen this on the European level with large fines to Google, and there were cases in Germany. So currently, the whole EU, we are thinking about how to define the rules for protection of competition to make the market functional. We want to prevent the first company, the traditional company, to be the main player. We want to support small innovators, because large players can actually buy all the small start and no competition. So for a couple of years we have the Digital Market Act enforced by the European Commission, and we've seen failures on the national levels, and we have to survey them and to focus on their behavior. And the tools that we have or that we used in the traditional market need to change for the digital market. It's only natural. And if then you need to decide whether you want to regulate ex ante or ex post. Now in the Czech Republic we can only use the ex post approach, and I do not believe it's the best approach. So I've asked about data and what role they play in regulation. So how does regulation help or hinder growth? A difficult question. I will provide you with two approaches. First, the indirect approach. We are in close contact with the Czech banking environment. If we have an innovation project and we talk to Czech banks, and Czech banking is on great level on European and international level, but the first answer is we don't have any resources, because all the resources are basically focused on regulation. So that's an indirect point of view. Talking directly and talking about regulation in general point of view, there's lack of dialogue between the business and the regulator about motivation and context of And the second point, there is a very often in payment environment, we've seen regulation that was relevant a couple of years ago, and by the time it was introduced, it was already solved.
So the question, if the regulation is slowing down the innovation?
So my perspective is it depends on where you sit. actually, because from being at the corporate structures of the company like Allegro, having the trust on the market, knowing the regulator, we are involved in discussions, in consultations, we can raise our voice. It is or it is not heard, but we cannot influence, but at least there is this dialogue. With startups, as you have said, I have myself worked as a startup and I know how the support looks like from a regulatory point of view and also how the VC market looks like. Because there is really little capital on the Polish market and in Europe to invest in startups. This is one thing. The other thing is that if this is a startup from a fintech area, the investors either don't want to accept any risk, or if there is any risk, they want half of your company in the seed round. This is the reality. And the other thing, this fintech regulatory sandboxes, they do exist. I'm not sure whether in the Czech Republic they do, in Poland they do. But my practical experience is that they actually do not provide any real needed support for startups. I would imagine that the ideal case would be that we could offer something that is available in UK, that any startup can come to such a sandbox and receive, a guidance or an early validation of the concept and compliance issues. So they either can fail fast, or then they can proceed with the product development and they receive a supervisor that helps them to navigate through the compliance issues. They then can launch in real life with real customers on a small scale, but still they can do it, and this attracts investors. My personal opinion is that on the third day of my journey with a startup, we went to the biggest law office in Warsaw. We paid a huge bill, got a legal framework, built the product. With the product, we went to the regulator. We were told to file the motion and pay for the opinion, and we never got a response. So it's not only a case of a big companies, that are a threat to startups, but also we are not really providing meaningful support.
Yeah, I think in Europe we have, especially here in Central Europe or the Western continental Europe as such, different attitude toward risk-taking, and that's stopping us from faster development. But I'll switch back to Czech. Tady je otázka.
And here the question from Slido. Perhaps the biggest hurdle is the Office for the Protection of Competition. No, we are certainly not the main barrier because we are the last in the chain. If we want to penalize someone, then first someone has to be active, someone has to violate certain rules. We have to prove that violation, and then we can penalize the company. We really only can penalize. We cannot introduce any remedies in order to make the market more equal or more just. And that's the debate that is going on in Germany and in Italy. And then there are new tools introduced, and they are trying to survey and observe market in certain areas where there could be some failure. And based on this, they can introduce some preventive measure, because very often there is not a single monopolist on the market. There are several leaders, and everybody else can follow with 35%. And I will add another question. How could players that are misusing the approach to the market or access to the market unfairly, such as Temu, We all know the story that resonated. The Czech legislation does not allow for that. We cannot eliminate a foreign player from the Czech market. And this is the question of the European Commission. If we want to protect the European market, we need to have rules for the whole Europe. If we are complaining about competition from China, this cannot be addressed by the Czech Republic or Poland alone. This needs to be addressed by the European Union through customs and so on. There are certain rules, but the question is how well are implemented.
So we have, for example, regulation of foreign subsidies, foreign investment, but is somebody there enforcing it? And who is, in inverted commas, innovative courts? The court in Luxembourg said that in public tenders you could discriminate the supplier from third countries if they if our companies do not have similar conditions in their local countries. For example, if our companies cannot and I think this is the topic that the company is whether the electronic record keeping. This panel, we somebody goes to a platform and says a certain cryptocurrency will be used, then there is no supervision related to fiat currency. So what kind of role should the regulators play in order to set up fair conditions when the digital environment allows you to quickly respond? So, you know, the regulation covers this. So let's come up with something that is out of the scope of the regulation.
If you're okay with that.
I'll translate it then for you, but Peter starts.
Já se znovu vrátím k tomu.
I will go back to the dialogue. The innovation is so fast that we are not able to say what will be here in 2 years' time. As an example, in a visa presentation, we show a slide. How long did it take to adopt a certain technology? And it was at the level of TikTok, it took about 8 months to get to 100 million of users. Currently, we stopped using the slide because the next item was AI and chatbots that got out of the scale. The chart became irrelevant. So it shows the current dynamics. So right now, we are not able to say what would be the most popular payment method in 6 months. I'm exaggerating, but not too much. The dialogue with the state and the form of this dialogue is important, to have a channel where you can give the context what is going on in the ecosystem. It could be payment, banking system, or it could be some security systems and security of payments as such. We need to have this channel set up in order to send the warning signals immediately, but also receive them if the state or regulator is interested in this area and is asking about a particular context. So where we are right now, and we need to respond. It's important for the regulatory process that is time-consuming and the process is fixed, and it is a problem to update it based on the newest type of information. But without that, I'm afraid we will not be able to deal with regulation so that it is able to respond to the newest issues. Because to set up the regulation and legislation, it just takes time. When comparing to setting up a new innovation that just tries to find out what the market wants to do.
Really fast, faster than the regulatory frameworks meant to govern them. So how to solve this problem? Any idea?
I think that the only way to solve it is to have this dialogue, because otherwise, it's not really possible. If you are a large business and you have many lines of business, then you can, you have all the resources, you can take a calculated risk, and even if so, then you fail. And that's it. But if you are a small company and there is no bridge between you and the regulator, then it's a problem. We have right now, for example, even as a large company, a hurdle, I would say, with this EU digital wallet that is about to be launched very soon. We in Poland have as an example, M-Citizen application. This is a digital governmental application that provides us with the data from national databases. My ID card, my driving license are there. Whenever I want to authenticate myself in a public sector or in a private one as well, both in the digital world, in a physical, I can use it. And both banks, fintechs and Allegro, we have embedded those tools into our processes as reliable one that help us to meet the regulatory requirements. And now we have actually no visibility into what will happen when the new regulation comes, whether this will be replaced or this will work in a different way than we originally assumed. So we cannot plan in a long perspective.
Thank you. Ano, vlastně to je
That's another viewpoint when a business sets up to a certain regulation requirement, EU, for example, digital wallet. This is a topic of the last panel of today's conference. So when something changes, then the business of companies that adapted start from scratch again, and they had a certain advantage and they lost it. So what the regulation can do in order to ensure some continuity, transparency, some sort of outlook for the future, and also at what moment there is the control and what moment the rules apply to, because the situation really develops quickly. Is there a solution? I want to actually respond to what was said here, just briefly. I believe that the financial director is responsible for helping out the smaller entities to get them some orient what are the duties when they enter the Czech market. So by providing us the data, we also want to reward those entities and use the data not only for calculating taxes, but also explaining what can be expected for the businesses, and also point out certain perhaps not intuitive duties. And when we have data, we warn the entities saying, there is a mistake. We send a letter, we point out, there is something wrong, and you can remedy the situation, and you can ask and not to pay the interest on the fine. So we really try to help the market. And as far taxes are concerned, from the regulatory point of view, we have a certain advantage, as we do not have to restrict the business, as we are the consequence, not the cause. We need to understand what the regulator intended, the same way as the business, understand the logic of the restrictions, of how the business needs to behave depending on the regulation, and then set up the mechanisms and also the risk factors that we then assess. Our advantage is when the business is digitized. Before that, when we wanted some overview, somebody had to sit and create on paper or in a spreadsheet. Now they need to collect data, but they have the data. Of course, they have to somehow sort it out, but it's a great advantage. But I would subscribe fully what was said here, that even we can see that the state is sort of delayed. We have a Public Procurement Act and it does not correspond to the digital world. And the question is where to find the balance. Often public authorities need to say for years in advance what they are going to do and how they are going to do it. They need to find a qualified company at the moment where the field is so dangerous that the main criteria is price. Then the question is whether the partner from the external world is the best partner or whether we would get the B-class or C-class entities. And I can say it because I'm not a career civil servant. I think that the state just missed the opportunity and went just too slow. Well, we have institutions that collect taxes, and the question is whether the state should actually ensure that certain needs are ensured. We cannot look at the financial directorate as a cost center, because then, you know, cutting down the money for purchasing equipment, reducing salaries to the level when shop assistants in Lidl have more than at the financial directorate. You know, we really managed to create a group of really skilled persons, and we are able to move on. We heard something about the Czech society that is conservative, but the conservative nature of public authorities is even stronger. We have 14,000 persons and civil servants, and these are in contact with the taxpayers, with the businesses, and they help us to fine-tune the tools through which we try to innovate our activities so that it's not so dependent on human work. So they help us in the project so that we really move the globe in such a huge organization that uses a system that was developed in 1990s that goes through, and we really read the resolutions of the Office for the Protection of Competition because we are trying to find what are the restrictions, what are the borders. We are also a consumer. So I do apologize for a longer answer, but I had the need to comment it. So I like it that you are in a position of the business that feels the impacts and whose hands are tied in what they want to do. And it's not that it's the fault of the Office for the Protection of Competition, but so what could be changed? The Public Procurement Act. This is a huge topic. At the time of digitization of AI and huge changes, it just is not corresponding to the reality. I would disagree with you. Yes, I am used to that. Well, let's have a look at the tenders 10 years ago. What was the situation? It was paper-based. The tenders were certified tendering tools. It's not about the process. The problem is at the very beginning, how the contracting authority defines the terms and conditions. That's the issue. Nothing else is important. And I do not agree, and I will repeat it here, you should not compete based on the price. Yeah, the Act allows you that. But then there is the responsibility, and often it leads that it's the major criterion. There are innovative contracting authorities that are able to define qualitative criteria. They have clearly measurable criteria, and then they can select what corresponds to their needs with the quality. But if the contracting authority is afraid in order not to somehow later on fight with supervising authorities, then we cannot move out of the place. It's about a different mindset in the public administration. It cannot be defined, it cannot be described, but we have to work with the public administration. It cannot be a set of slaves. that just follow some nonsense rules, and sometimes even they doubt whether they are of any use. But we have also other segments. Just forget about the public tenders. It's also about regulatory mechanisms in the area of competition. The Czech Republic lives in the world of prices of groceries and food, and they compare it to Poland. But if you look how you can purchase food in Europe from large multinationals, there are territorial restrictive measures when dominating companies can say that you can buy food, French goods only from the Czech official distributor. Of course, their price would be higher. We appealed to the Commission, and what happened? Nothing happened. So how could we move forward? And I have in mind the mutual cooperation from you, the supervising authority. You said we need good data. The same we hear from business. We really need good quality data from the state. Is there an initiative, chance to share data? There was a question for Petr Polák. How do you consider sending anonymized data on card transaction to the state?
So this will happen. It will be used to another any payment method, and you can then use the data. And we are ready to cooperate with any public sector agency if it makes sense. As to the use of our data, we use this data for our own purposes, and there's a level where we monetize the data. We offer it to our partners. Our data is by default anonymous data. We do not see the individual person, the individual demography. It's the number of the card, and we cannot imagine anyone specific, and we cannot see any specific preferences on the of the individual that's related to the bank, and we can use the macro data and make it available to anyone who can benefit from such data. Simona will react. I believe that this question is pointing out to what I wanted to say in the beginning. We are living in a transformative area, and the business is moving from the offline to online environment. And we when we are in the digital environment, when I use the platform as a taxi driver. That's something unusual, and that's not the standard business. That's something special, that's something that should not be regulated, but that's something that we need to overcome. There must be trust between business and the government, and I believe that the Financial Directorate has the largest volume of data, and it's correct because we need the data and we need to protect this data. So any logins into our systems, anonymity of data, processing of data, and also the supranational companies, they want to know why we require data. There should not be phishing campaigns, so we cannot do that. So it's a totally different world that we need to move into. But unless we do that, everything will fall apart. We are always lagging behind, because how should I know what I need to put down into my tendering documentation if I do not know what I will need in 8 years? And AI is misused for communication with offices. If it's only a question of pushing the button, why not appeal a certain decision and so on. So there is I have great respect for people who work for public administration, despite what has been said in the previous panel. So if it's considered a national sport to against decisions of public civil servants, then it's very, very difficult. You have to build trust, because if people do not trust you, they are not willing to make decisions. They want to make decisions only in certain committees and so on. So the behavior towards people who work for the state caused this environment. Sometimes I get very angry. I invited one member of the parliament to my office, and he asked how many visitors do you get to actually see how you work, and well, he was the first one. Well, the question of trust and responsibility is very important. Peter, you wanted to react. Well, let's not talk about public administration only. Let's talk about business. You run business because you want to get profit. It said, Mr. Polák said it, that you can monetize data. It's basically a payment method of our times. But if we want some data and the business knows or suspects that we are following a certain lead, you basically would be surprised by the amount of documents, and the companies try to prevent us from getting the data. So very often the business does not want us to visit and to investigate certain things. And basically, it's not only the case that the office would sanction and penalize immediately. Sometimes we basically simply issue a certain commitment, and if the company subscribes to the commitment, then it's fine. So this was used in real estate, and then Alma Career. Then again, there was interoperability of software solution from different providers, and so on. So basically, we cannot say that business is totally open. Business is protective of its position, and sometimes they are operating on the edge. That's the reality. That is why I ask about cooperation.
I know Anya made a lot of notes, so even though I had a question for you, which would be like, because you are doing embedded finance and so on, and pay now or buy now, pay later solutions, so that's why I think you've always also spoken about the need of data that would allow you to do this business properly. But I'll leave you the question open because you made your notes, so please.
Just wanted to say that I totally agree that data becomes a currency in a digital market, and I think that it's a very, very, very fair observation. It would be great if the data flow could go like both ways. From the companies to the government, and also from the government to the companies, as I have said, to enable us to properly fulfill the requirements of the regulators. You have to, or we would like you to understand that the expectations of the modern customers, especially in the online business, is going through into the direction of, total frictionless. Whatever we provide has to be, efficient, one click. And if we are operating at a scale and we want the solutions to be safe, then we have to, also be able to use trusted databases, sources that operate 24/7, that are accessible to our systems. They are able to handle a scale. It's also a challenge. For example, in Poland, we are obliged to, before every, let's say, bank account opening or granting a loan, we have to query national systems to check whether the personal identification number was not blocked by the customer. So the customer expressed this way an intention that he doesn't want his personal data to be used in any of such processes. And we, taking into account the scale of Allegro, we really are struggling with the efficiency of the solutions, the technology that the government is providing us. So there are some expectations towards the business that we should comply, and because this is to protect the customers, but in fact we are very often in the digital world, we are not able to fully do it without the harm to conversion.
Thank you. We have last 4 minutes, so I would like to get to the concluding round of questions, and the question would be the same, and so we can stay with English. And Anya, if I may ask you to start with a kind of summing up, how can we build a society of trust that enables rapid innovation while ensuring effective oversight?
I think that in the ideal world, we should make innovation go into the same way as regulation does. That would be perfect, but I'm not sure whether this is possible. I think that trust and dialogue is the key. And we also have to apply proportionate measures to the scale of the business and also risk that is underneath. I understand that regulations are created with the best interest in soul to protect the customers and ensure the fairness of the competition on the market. But I think that sometimes we miss the point, and a great example is CCD2 Act that is underway, which we are consulting. Also from a cross-border perspective, because at least I've asked in Poland, I'm not sure whether on the Czech market is different, but we are implementing EU regulation. And I think that we are not making any alignments or synchronization on the cross-country levels, right? So there are some national options that each country can follow, and I believe that we are not cross-aligning in, if we will go this way, then we will never, create a single market for digital services and digital products.
That's what we've spoken about at the first panel. The fragmentation is still there and growing. Děkuju. Petr Polák.
I will again repeat the word dialogue. I keep repeating this. This is a very important area. The whole time we kept returning to what Simona said when she mentioned platform, that perhaps they were originally created as a gray area. I do not totally agree with that. I do not see this as the primary motivation. I think that the main motivation was disruption, and the transport services are a good example. Prior to arrival to these services, taxi services were a total tragedy in the Czech Republic. At the moment when these platforms arrived, the whole industry moved to a new level. Now the grey market, and you mentioned that huge volume of cash actually flowing out of the platform. They do not want to accept cash. They prefer the easiest payment method, and that is the digital method. And the question is, how is the Czech legislation ready? Because in the Czech Republic, cash must be accepted. So maybe we are creating a problem we are not able to regulate. And then I will repeat what Anya said. Fragmentation is a huge problem. That is something that we are facing in whole Europe, different interpretation of legislation. That's very difficult. And then maybe very simplistic, but inside the company I say that, but I will repeat this: use AI. If you keep struggling with AI, if your clients are misusing that, do the same, and AI will be able to show you what are the weaknesses, where are the dualities, and perhaps AI will be able to recommend an improvement. Thank you.
Simona. I do apologize. It's not the final words. I subscribe to what Anya has said regarding public administration, but the platforms, of course, like what is changing, it's a huge speed, excellent service. I have never said that they were established to avoid taxes, but there is the feeling it's modern, it's something different, and therefore I don't have to pay taxes because it's mine. It's not the classical business. It's in our heads. We see it in the data, the different type of behaviors. Perhaps it started with crypto. Let's be out of the system. Let's not depend on central banks. And now it moves to the normal world. And country starts working in that. And I think let's find a balance. Let's move into this is normal. Then we have to digitize and we need the data. Then we won't be asked questions. Really, the platform is to provide data to the state. It's not a cash business, it's a digital business, but the financial directorate is not here to find out how much money somebody stole. No, our role is to collect money for the state budget. And if the digital payment goes through the system so quickly that it goes to countries that do not cooperate, perhaps we have, tick we did it, but the state budget has no money. And that's why I said that it's important to cooperate with the business that wants to provide good services. And we want to really provide services as well, because only then we can trust each other. You will give us data. Your customers won't be afraid what we are going to do with the data, because if something happens and they do not understand, we'll give them the opportunity to remedy it. But we see also entities that see opportunities in the digital world, in the grey world. Yes, so cooperation and good quality services are important. That was of key importance. And just briefly, Petra Mlsna, I'll be brief. I will use the word Anya has said. We do not live in an ideal world. And even in this non-ideal world, we should set up the rules that will not try to make it an ideal. Let's set reasonable rules, and let's not try to be a better pope than the true pope. So that should be enough. Thank you very much. So Simona Hornochová, Ania Grečuk-Borovská, Petr Polák, and Petr Messner, that came to the conclusion that we have to trust each other and cooperate. So thank you very much. And now we have the next break. The break will be for 10 minutes only. So please come back on time. And the topic is AI and the workforce, where protection ends and adaptation begins. We have already touched upon it in the previous panel, so at 12:30. And thank you for your questions.
Papi, dame más duro.
My jsme se o tom dozvěděli na internetu, vyšel nějaký článek, zjistila jsem, že je to po celé republice, tak jsem si tam vlastně dala filtr, co se děje v Praze dneska, a to nás vlastně přivedlo sem.
Nejlepší bylo všechno.
Co se týče AI, automatizace a všech těchto use caseů a digitalizace obecně ve firmním, v biznesovém prostředí je naprosto nezbytný ukazovat, na čem ostatní pracují a poučit se z jednotlivých use caseů a poučit se i z přemýšlení. Dny AI je naprosto nezbytná akce pro to, abychom si mohli sdílet zkušenosti napříč jednotlivými odvětvími a potkávat nové lidi.
Gotta hurry now, 'cause we stay in control in the name of love. In the name of love. In the name of love. We stay in control in the name of love.
Dny AI jsou svátek, který spojuje různé cílové skupiny ohledně tématu AI. Přijďte se podívat.
Národní ekonomické fórum, nová platforma sdružující podnikatele, biznismeny, politiky. Dneska jsme se tady bavili o české ekonomice, o tom, jak ji udělat ještě konkurenceschopnější v evropském i globálním měřítku. Jestli se nám to podařilo, posuďte sami. bylo Národní ekonomické fórum 2025 a já se těším na viděnou při konání příštího ročníku.
Čeká nás konference Next Gen Energetika 2035. Konference, která bude klást otázky, která bude dávat odpovědi a která dá prostor k diskuzím i otázkám z pléna. Konference, která je o naší budoucnosti.
Diskutovali jsme na téma energetická bezpečnost, jaderná energetika, digitalizace a inovace a taky obnovitelné zdroje.
Desátý ročník konference Digitální Česko. Víc než 20 řečníků, stánky partnerů, sdílení zkušeností a příběhů. Podívejte se sami.
Umělá inteligence, lidské zdroje, regulace a vztah Evropy vůči celému zbytku světa. To byla témata, která hýbala 10. ročníkem konference. Přijďte na 11.
Untitled AI and the Workforce, where protection ends and adaptation begins.
A já mám to potěšení.
And I would like to welcome here the panelists, Minister of Labour and Social Affairs of the Czech Republic, Aleš Juchelka. So welcome, good afternoon once again. You were here in the morning. Then we have Aleš Rod, Executive Director of the Center for Economic and Market Analysis. Once again, good afternoon. Then Veronika Bush, Head of Public Policy of Volt. Welcome. And the last one, Senior Human Resources Manager from Amazon, Jan Komouš. Welcome. Welcome here. Please take your seats. Sit comfortable as we have an hour of our discussion, and I open the Slido, so please write your questions and the topic. For me, it is perhaps the most important topic of today's conference, as it is directly related to people. We talked about education, and most certainly we will touch upon it once again. We cannot miss it out. But the topic is where protection ends and adaptation begins. I would like to define that in your own words. So where protection ends and adaptation begins. So what it means when we talk about protection, what it means when we talk about adaptation. So ladies first, we'll start with Veronika. Hello. Thank you for inviting me, the Minister, ladies and gentlemen. The question is, or the title is, where protection ends and adaptation begins. Volt truly appreciates discussion about what kind of work we want to have in the future. As we see that the world is changing, the labor market is changing, we see the preferences are changing, there is a different demand, and platform work is one such type of work which is a good addition to traditional employment. And it actually opens up room to greater flexibility and also to certain people such as students, newcomers to the market, etc. And we are grateful that this element is also perceived by the Czech population, and 9% of the population believes it's a threat. The rest believe it's a reasonable addition that coexists with the traditional labor market. We believe that the platform work can help the Czech government when meeting its objectives, and that is higher economic activity of its citizens. So we are definitely going to talk about algorithms a lot because internet and algorithms are behind the growth of platforms, and perhaps involved there are over 1,000 persons all over the world, colleagues that work on creating and managing algorithms. So we talk about a technology tool that help us optimize processes in a way that human beings wouldn't be able to do within the time as algorithms. At the same time, I have to add that we as companies need to go even further on as regard openness and transparency, because this is also an engine of the myth in the society, and Volt tries to become a role model, so we regularly issue a report about algorithmic transparency. And towards the end, I want to talk also about adaptation. Today we talk about platform work, the European directive, and I think that that could be an excellent example that will help us to set up a sustainable model that would bring benefits to the whole labor market. So we should not look at new phenomena through old optics, but draw on innovations and what the digitization bring to us, and also link it to protection of people in a way that would support economic growth and competitiveness. Thank you very much. I have 11 or 18 more questions thanks to your introductory words. But I would invite also the remaining panelists, and I would be a more happy moderator if your introduction would be slightly shorter. Mr. Komoš, I'll start from adaptation. As a HR specialist, I believe that the adaptation needs to be proactive. It shouldn't respond to something what has already happened, because then it's already a crisis. Similarly, well, from me as an HR manager and from my team, it is expected that we will be friends with AI, and that me and my whole team will implement it into our daily processes. That's why adaptation is important, as we need to learn how to use it, how to work it, where can it help us, and adapt it right now. So when in the future, when we are told, well, you have to use these systems, and then you say, well, I don't understand how it could help me. No, at that moment, you need to be already prepared. Now, protection. Once again, where I see the most important aspects are what needs to be protected is the work. The work needs to make sense. It has to be respectable. It has to be dignified. AI will not mean elimination of all the jobs, no, but it creates other types of jobs, and these should be respected. They should not be considered as a degradation of the original jobs. The second aspect is to income. When my job changes, I still need to receive and earn enough money to be able to live on it. And last but not least is the relevancy on the labor market. So when I lose my job, then the labor market should work in a way that the competences that I learn should be transferable to other jobs, or if the new jobs that exist, I should get access to them. So that's as an introduction. That's important because, as Minister said in his keynote speech, in the plan until 2035, 350,000 jobs will no longer exist, and 400,000 will be created. And we should make sure that those who will lose their job would need to get access to these new jobs. Mr. Roth, I saw that you were making lots of notes, so use them. So thank you very much for the invitation and for the possibility of being here. No, I was just drawing a picture. No, that's just a joke. I was making notes about what I want to do. The first thing is that we need to define the protection, because the protection could have rational parameters. It could be the protection of certain principles that would allow the whole industry, the digital work, and digital industry to develop and respond to the challenges. And then the next challenge is aging of the population, aging of the workforce. And then we have protection that could be defined as paternalism, just leading by hand, an impulse for adults stop perceiving the consequences for their decisions. And I do not like this type of protection, actually, being an economist. So where I see the protection, where should this end and where the adaptation should begin, it should actually start with the principles: transparency, then the possibility of human oversight, and then creating fair conditions on the market. When we talk about algorithmic management, it's nothing else that mechanism taking over competencies from managers. And let's be frank, not everything in the interaction between human beings, everything was okay. There was no discrimination because of age or sex, and only now problems are created. No, it's a mechanism that is being replaced by more efficient mechanisms, and we have to make sure that it will be transparent, fair, and predictable. But we shouldn't prevent this mechanism from developing, because there are really thousands and millions of people doing platform work. It's not only couriers, it's also in healthcare, mental care, babysitting, etc., education. And Europe has no capital, even human capital, to prevent development of this type of invention, huge invention. I do not think that there is somebody who would want to prevent you. Want to say something? No, you just wanted to come up and stand here. If we would have a second person to find a balance, that would be perfect. So I think that the prevention is almost impossible. And we heard that cooperation is needed, cooperation between human beings and AI. And I would like to ask you, Minister Juchelka, I will give you some figures. At the ministry, we have a study from Aspen Institute and BCG, Future of the Labor Market, and there are some interesting figures. So 5 million jobs will remain, but they will organically develop in order to ensure growth of productivity. This is by 2035. So this is those 400,000 jobs that will disappear by 2035 because of the change in the demand. But then there is 955 newly created jobs that will be created thanks to growing economy and change in the demand. And the new position will require new skills and new knowledge. So what would be the impact on people, on companies, and also the state, the labor office? About 5 million workers would need to acquire new skills. And we are talking about the Czech Republic. No, just to give you a proper context. Yes, I'm talking about the Czech Republic. So it's upskilling. So these are important people for productivity and economic growth. 1.2 million by 2035, step by step, will leave the market because they will retire. And then about 350,000 would take different jobs, and they will need to go through reskilling. and only 67,000 workers would need a fully new skills, and 1.9 million will be the overall number of workers. 1.5 million will be graduates of universities, and we will have about 400,000 foreign workers.
A couple of more figures. 46% of people do not have any digital skills. That was 10 years ago, or less than 10 years ago. And in 4 years, only 10% of workers will have no digital skills. So, of course, this is something that is now addressed in trainings. Basically, these people are working with some basic software and so on the production level of businesses. So these are the figures that we currently have that are available, and where protection ends and adaptation begins. Protection of workers and, of course, protection of employers as well. If we do the overkill, so to say, then the companies will not invest here. There will be no prosperity, and the new generation has different work values, and they bring these values with them to the labor market. And we need to adapt to this. We need to adapt this for the companies, for the employers, and we will need to balance this with new technologies. On the contrary, huge emphasis will be made for people to be able to adapt so that they can react to the new challenges. And we see the employers who are reacting to that. I talked to the Volt head of public policy. I saw the company a couple of years ago, and quite recently I made the first experience with the delivery, and that was a beautiful experience. And basically, this is something I was not aware of that, and now my grandmother, who is 93, is actually teaching her slightly younger friends to use these tools, and she is so excited about it, keeps sending me photos. And as Minister of Labor and Social Affairs, we need to address this not only in relation to aging, but also to social services, so that we are able to provide services to as many people as possible, because with the aging population we will have more people who are in some way disabled or who have some health problems, and if these people will stay at home on their own, they will be very unhappy. And when I saw the first robotic dog that could be used for home care, that was beautiful. So we need to adapt to reach balanced adaptation, both on the side of the workers and on the side of the employers, and the state must help them both. And the next question, let's be more specific. We've been talking about some figures, but basically statistical figures. Predicting the future is only predicting. We've mentioned in the beginning, it's been 37 years since the internet was launched when we look back 9 years, 2017, we lived in different times. And you mentioned the fact that there will be new jobs created. So what kind of new jobs will be created? You perhaps have some idea in companies on the ministry where to focus, what positions will what positions will disappear? Translators, for example. What are the positions that will be created? 950,000 jobs will be created. That's a huge number. Could you, Minister, tell or name 3 positions that will leave the market and 3 positions that are not existing right now, but they will be created? When I go shopping and I go shopping for my dog, I can do that 24/7 because I simply enter the code. I basically take what I need, I pay, and I leave. So that's perhaps a part of the positions that will disappear. So large positions in show business. And we've seen the strike in the US because writers, actors, and moderators. No. I don't think so. You need to keep the discussion going. And I think that also drivers in the futures, we've seen the technology progressing, and in the future, maybe Volt will not be using cyclists, but some small machines that will deliver the groceries. And what will be the positions that will be created? What will be created? I believe that there will be positions also in the production area that are linked to AI. There will be huge boom and progress, and that is why we talk about reskilling and upskilling, because AI is very capable, but it must be supervised. We cannot deal without human factors in social services. And of course, robots cannot replace social workers who work in the field. So that is where people will be required. Also in schools and in education, we will still need the teacher who in the initial stages of education will help us. But I can see AI and ChatGPT can play an important role, for example, in language training one-to-one. That's interesting because you've said that in social services, a human person is irreplaceable. But what we see among young people, they use chatbot as their friends. My wife has a friend who has this mobile friend. This mobile friend has the voice of her real partner, and she talks to him during the day. Hi, Charles. So what should we have for dinner? This is what is available in the fridge. Well, we'll see. This is frightening. This is frightening. It's frightening for us because we are not 15, 19, or 20. Mr. Roth, what is your opinion on this? what jobs will be replaced, what jobs will increase. Okay, I talk to my real life, not to chatbot, but what jobs will disappear if you ask AI this question, the answer is none. But if you prompt better, then you get some more realistic answers. IT, digital, creative work, education, mentoring, consulting, legal services, counseling, anything that the language model has available from the training, but from the broader spectrum, there are three factors in production, and actually labor is replaced by capital, and we've seen this happening for decades. So people are moving to something that has higher added value, and we should approach the AI from a similar angle. And it's not a tragedy. We've seen this before. The printing presses taking work from the people who were writing books and so on. And this is something that is happening, and we should be able to learn how to interact with this very efficient tool the AI represents. It makes knowledge available. It makes markets that would otherwise be inaccessible available. When Google started Google Scholar, the database of scientific articles, impacted articles, the motto was search and be supported by the giants. Simply, you do not need to reinvent the bicycle, and now even more so. If we approach AI as something representing a risk that we need to protect against, well, you cannot prevent this, you can slow it down. And once again, if we'll have a look at the demographic development in Europe, within 20 years we will basically we will miss 13 to 15 million people in productive age, and in the Czech Republic now the number is 6 million, and it will keep growing, and we will need this AI support so that each person working would be actually productive with the same productivity as between 40 to 50 or 55 years of age before onset of some chronic illness, so that these people are productive all the way up to the moment when they retired. And in this case, this will be helpful.
And please briefly, 3 professions that will be newly established. I think something that will better organize the suppliers and customers would be able to lead the patient through the healthcare system. So in the services sector, it will be so professional users of AI prompters. Yes, that will be able to take the tools to the practice, and that will be across the industries. From our point of view, of course, couriers will perhaps lose the job because of the robots. Frankly speaking, it's something that we've been testing. We cannot stay behind. We test it in Finland and Estonia. We also look into use of drones, but there are certain barriers still. The barriers hopefully will be eliminated, but it does not mean that all the partner couriers will lose their job. They will be doing something different. So if the robots would deliver food, we still need somebody who will take care of the robots, who will take care of them, who will provide some technical infrastructure. So there will be work, but slightly different. I come from a digital platform, and I mentioned algorithms. Again, it generated something that requires slightly different types of skills. Human supervision, something that takes care of algorithms, because all the decisions must be made with the supervision of human beings. So nothing is done only purely by algorithms. So it will happen, and we see that it's happening when we talk about repeated process that could be replicated, that could be easily learned. But on the other hand, we won't see it in those areas where creativity is needed. And I have strongly realized in winter here in Czechia, we had a winter campaign focusing on safety on the roads, and colleagues decided they will use purely AI. Then I saw the results, and it showed that you cannot replace human creativity by AI. So there is still space also for the future. And as I come from public policy, I believe that human being is irreplaceable in contact with other stakeholders. So hopefully for the future, there is still place for us. Thank you. You are a human resources manager, so for you, it's perhaps the most crucial question. Yes, we heard it in the speech of Minister that the administration and HR is part of administration. That will be the part that will be affected most. Well, we see the position still exists, the job still exists, but they are changing. So AI, the expectations that we will involve AI means that there are new jobs. So someone needs to teach people how to work with AI. So we have HR Academy, we have new trainers that understand AI and teach other persons how specifically to implement AI into their daily work. So the position will not disappear, but it will be transformed. And when you look into our logistical centers and warehouses, it makes sense to use robots because they help to work in a more safe way. They replace physically demanding manual repetitive work. A robot can do it well. And of course, somebody needs to operate the robots, take care of the robots, and then further develop the robots. So the jobs that will be eliminated will give us some space for new jobs, for somebody to operate the robots, to develop them, and to take care of them. So that's regarding HR and logistical centers. And then the person hiring actually new people. Now AI can screen the CVs, move forward, but you have to be careful. We all know how AI is trained based on data. So in the past, we would give preference to a certain type of candidates. And if we use the data, then AI would even more give preference to such candidates, although they are no longer required. So you have to keep that in mind. And if these positions no longer exist, we need to make sure the whole process is ethical. So you answered the question about discrimination of certain candidates when using AI. Well, this actually responds to the situation. Well, let's say, well, AI, it's a machine. They make our life easier and they give us some free time. That was perhaps also the main reason for Industrial Revolution. So could it be a situation that we will have so much free time because AI will do the work instead of us? And that is the question of some basic guaranteed salary. And it somehow is becoming obvious. Is this the sort of objective that AI and the revolutionary changes will lead to the fact that people would work on a voluntary basis and they would do it happily and receive some guaranteed income? Or is this unrealistic? Because you talked about the change in a paradigm. So please, your response, and I would like to ask the other panelists to comment on that, because it's a legitimate question and it comes to your mind. Well, you've said if we would be in a situation when people would work on a voluntary basis happily and receive income, I hope that this is the situation already now and that everybody who is here present is here because you want to be here. And if you are sort of forced to be here, just show us your hand or wink an eye. As for the unconditional income, I personally do not believe that the substitution of work by AI would be 100% not. Definitely not. At least we will need for a long, long time people who will generate energy for AI, who will take care of all the security risks and sort of lead the AI in a way that it corresponds to the needs of the society. Of course, we actually read about the breakthrough point from where there is no return, but we have already passed the first deadline and the human beings are still here. But going back to your question, the unconditional income, it's a topic to a whole conference. I am totally against it. It cannot work because in every single society you will have people who will want more for good reasons, and those who are egoists who would also want more. And the society will never be homogeneous and not happy with the unconditional income. And also take into account that the basis is not zero, but a certain unconditional income, and it will be reflected in prices and in inflation, and the unconditional income would play the same role as today's, for example, some social minimum transfers that you can get in order not to be hungry, thirsty, and have some clothes and have a place to spend the night during the night. So I think that the idea is interesting but naive and cannot be implemented under the condition of the civilization that has built for decades its moral standards and objectives to be productive, to reward success, to be socially based on solidarity. But those who want to have business, create something, educate, and then sell what they have learned on the labor market so that they have a better life than those who are not doing it. And this is the correct approach. And the unconditional income goes against this concept. Are there any different opinions about the unconditional income? No. Then I think that we can leave this topic behind. I think that the permanent growth has a certain limit, and then we should say, that's enough. That's my opinion, that I'm not forcing on you. But I have another question related to what you've said about AI and work of robots. And it's getting money from the work of robots. Is there any way how to tax work that is created by AI, by non-human workers? That's a question for me. You will not perhaps agree. Well, I'm really thinking about it, also because of the aging of the population and replacement of the work, but it's not a concept for. But I think that when I'm thinking about it during my free time, I think that the society will perhaps arrive to that point, not to these sort of communist things such as unconditional income, even the numbers I mentioned of newly created jobs, etc., etc. The labor market will be here. And the market as such and the labor market, I think it inspires creativity, things that move the society forward. And from the point of view of aging of the population, even the youngest generation that joins the labor market, we are asking the question, because there was a fear that the youngest generation will not receive any pension, old age pension, and often, they are asking this question because what will happen? There will be nothing left for us. And then the second person asks, and are you planning to have a 4-day working week? And I say, well, this is a totally different movement and different direction. So I think that we just should keep in mind that we should keep the social and legal peace and should not allow for a huge change and disbalance. And this is something that we, for example, talk about when talking about platform work. How do you see it as a private sector? Because there will be some kind of taxation in the future, perhaps. The effort of the state to get some benefits out of it, and it's a legitimate thing, and the time will show. Could you please respond, the two of you or the three of you? I see it that the role of AI and robots is to make our work simpler, faster, and better. So if I can produce more within a shorter period of time, that means the productivity grows. And any company that uses digitization, robots, and AI is more profitable, is able to produce more, and it helps the economy and the state. So whether the robots should be taxed, I'm not sure whether that was the case in the past. The role of robots is different. They should contribute to better productivity, and then the state and the whole economy will grow based on more productive companies generating a higher profit. I definitely agree fully with what was said. Robots, digitization, AI, these are great helpers. They help us improve productivity, and that will bring more income to the budget. So we should support it. We should support innovation, digitization, everything that brings economic growth, and not to think about taxation and what could lead to slowing down of these elements.
Only add tax on robots. It's a similar factor to any other text. There could be a text on a conference microphone, and no. So this microphone text will be then transferred to the hotel or to the client, and then the final price, and basically the subject who will pay this tax will then calculate the tax to everybody. So basically the clients will pay for that. And the question is whether everybody will pay, or only the rich people, or the right-handed, or the left-handed. But you cannot really create a tax without having someone to take out his or her wallet or a digital card and so on. So there could be a tax on a mustache. In England, the concepts are evolving, and someone will come with this, but at the end of the day, someone will have to pay for that. When I was preparing for this panel, I was not sure what we will talk about, but now it seems that we are running out of time. So let's focus on the last topic, protection and adaptation. There is some place for regulation, EU regulation, national regulation, and we've heard in the previous panel that the regulation is always lagging behind. Something happens and then we regulate it. So how can we bring the regulation as close to the change as possible, so that we help those who are changing and protect those who are affected by the change? How to make this as smooth and as quick as possible? Do you understand the question? And if you do, please answer. Thank you, Minister. From the point of view of regulation coming from the EU, there are many transpositions that are now influencing labor market, safety at work, new technologies. Something basically comes from the EU, and very often we gold plate everything, and the employers are trying to limit employees. So now we are responsible for 2 directives on platforms and on equal pay, and that will be a huge bureaucratic burden, and I want to do it as efficiently as possible, so to make it easier. So on platforms, we are trying to balance regulation in the area of safety at work, and at the same time, we want to support development of the labor market as seen and as perceived in 2026. What we can expect is another flexi amendment. I mentioned today those employers who want to provide part-time jobs. The situation is not very good in the Czech Republic because there are no incentives for the employers to do this, and also on the side of the employees. because in the Netherlands, if both parents work part-time, the family can live on that. In the Czech Republic, that is not possible, but because usually what you earn for your part-time job cannot really help you. So I believe that this is something that should be promoted and employers should use this more frequently. And also we should say the employees that there are certain employers who will give them a fair salary for part-time job, but sometimes the EU is limiting us more in platform economy, and there is certain pressure on some aspects, and sometimes the pressure is so high that I'm afraid that the EU perhaps will not survive yet another level of industrial development. And this is something that traditionally has been strong in Europe, and currently we are endangering this. If we look at the automotive industry, looking at the top 10 technology companies, basically you do not see a European name. Google, Microsoft, Meta, all of them are outside of Europe, and this is something we owe to Europe. So to answer my question, if we want to promote less regulation, we need to regulate less. Yes, this is what they taught us at the university, that the market will regulate itself, but gradually you get some experience, and I still believe this, that the labor market can self-regulate itself if we regulate safety at work and so on. Will you react, please? Just briefly, the market will solve this, but the question is whether you will be happy with the result or not if you have certain political goals. Back to your question, how to make the regulation as close to the business, to the change as possible. I will use this illustration. You know this game when children are chasing each other, and basically if the regulator decides to be ahead of all other players, it's not possible because other players will not follow. And sometimes this is what the European regulator does, and that's the problem. Regulation, from my point of view, and I've said this before, should have a certain basic principle: what to regulate, why we regulate it, and what will be the results, how this result will be measured, and then perhaps what we will do if it's not done. But if we want to regulate something that we are not sure how it evolves, then it's difficult because we cannot define measurable goals. We can use words like transparency, solidarity, equality. Then this game will not make sense. So the regulator should be as close to the change as possible, and when the change happens, then to react. Yeah. Basically, I would enjoy this role of the regulator, so I would let the player escape all the time. and basically we should all keep running, keep counting our steps in order to be healthy. So regulation from my point of view should define the principles, but should not try to make decisions about what is correct, what is not correct, what we want to do, because the one who is chasing should be reacting to all the other players. Thank you, and I will follow. The EU regulation reacts. Does it react to the challenge and the opportunities we want to use? Okay, we are looking at some problems, some issues, and then we prepare the regulation to regulate this issue that may not even happen and that limits us from using all the opportunities. And how to balance this, that's the dialogue with the private sector. There is huge know-how. We can help policy makers in the area of implementability of legislation. And very often in this discussion, we would be able to reach the decision that we actually do not need new legislation, because very often we try to regulate what is already being regulated. And we, for example, we have a huge amount of data, and we are willing to share this data with regulators and with other authorities in order to prevent a situation when we will be trying to penalize someone who is trying to misuse the system. I will give you two examples how companies can approach regulation. We have responsible AI team. That's a team of people who check every application, because we before we launch it. So we are not waiting for the regulation. We already have people who regulate this internally. And the second example, where we do not need regulation because we can self-regulate, and that's communication, clear rules. Regulation is there for the employee to protect him or her. Here in Prague, in our center, there is my colleague, Adriana. We had someone from the union coming, and we have a system monitoring productivity, and they are afraid of this system. So we've basically showed the system to the union representatives. We showed them how the evaluation are made and so on. And when they actually saw that, they were able to understand that it's not a problem. So it's about communication, about transparency. If you use AI for evaluation of productivity or anything, they must know how this is used. So we need to explain, to show this repeatedly, and basically by this no regulation is needed. So again, training and education is of key importance, and we need to communicate with all the stakeholders. I will follow on education. If we cut information technologies from if we cut technology and information from American and European economy, then the economies are comparable. And only 1/5 of the students in Europe study IT, and there's a huge proportion of foreign students. So we need to focus on that, because if we do not focus on that in the Czech Republic, we will not have enough people. So now, please, just a single sentence, your final wish for the future in relation to labor and AI.
Se stalo, aby byl svět
So what do you want to happen so that the world is better? I will finish by saying what I started with, and that is my wish is that companies and the state are proactive to the adaptation. So let's teach our people that AI is good, it could help us, let's educate them. It requires funding, of course, but the return is definitely a good one. So let's educate. Mrs. Bush, I would say let's not wait. We could become a driver towards positive development. Thank you. While people learn to switch on TV and switch channels, in time they will also learn to use AI, and we need to educate them so that it's as fast as possible. This is my wish, because the rest will be spontaneous. And I, of course, wish for all of us that within the innovations and progression, the state does not hinder their efforts. So thank you very much. Thank you, Jan Komoš, Veronika Bush, Aleš Roth, and Aleš Juchelka. Thank you very much. So, and I would like to thank Justina for moderating the discussion that actually brings us to the next topic. And we will follow on the wish, let's start doing something. The title of the next panel is No Digital State Without Digital Identity, Where Progress Has Stalled.
A na videu už vidíte, nebo na obrazovce už vidíte, kdo bude diskutovat.
So I will invite the next panelist. The digital identity is used by over 5 million people, so over half the population. But still, it's not ideal when communicating with the state. Based on the Supreme Audit Office, only 20% of state services are fully digital. So we have technologies, we have e-documents, but proper digital public administration is something that we are missing. So what are the barriers that we need to remove? It is the topic of today's last panel, No Digital State Without Digital Identity, Where Progress Has Stalled. So we have Marek Novák, member of the Chamber of Deputies Parliament of the Czech Republic. Marek Novák, hello. So yesterday in a folklore costume, today in a suit. Then we have Lukáš Klučka, Deputy Minister at the Ministry of the Interior. Good afternoon. Jan Blažek, Chairman of the Board of a company called Bankovní Identita, who was at the birth of the whole project. And Bohdan Urban, Director of the Digital and Information Agency. He has become the director this Tuesday, but he has been before that working at the Ministry of the Interior and working in the industry. So good afternoon, and I remind the participants that they can use the Slido. And I'll start with a question. I do not expect that all of you would agree with me. And Marek Novák has the mic. So has the process stalled. What are we doing well? Well, we are not perhaps good at communication. Good afternoon to all of you. Communication is something that is that we are not good at. Even 4 years ago, we were not good at communication. I can remind you that those not quite 20% is actually 18% that are fully digitized. What we succeeded is the act talking about the right for digital services, but only 18% of people can use it. We have difficulties with communication, as some former ministers said that if you create a digital form, it was coined as digitization. We have a great project. We all have an ability to use our ID card in our mobile phone, but you can only use it in the Czech Republic, not abroad. And we will have the European project. So for me, it was just not well money spent. And I think that we really made a couple of steps backwards because we perhaps put the trust into wrong hands. So hopefully we are not going to blame ourselves. I did not name anybody, but I hope that we will actually go in a positive way in the discussion. So what is your position regarding the digital identity? I would follow on what was said here, because it's all about the communication. So what is the digital identity? It is a digital ID? Is it a identificator, or is it the whole digital footprint of all of us, what we do in the online environment or in the environment of e-government? Is it like a logbook of our steps that we do in the state systems, based on which then the state systems are able to predict next steps and offer tailor-made solutions? So is it what you see as the footprint of the communication with state authorities? Yes, and we mentioned the e-wallet of the digital identity. I have not noticed any explanation what it is. I have not noticed that it's not only about the identity, it's about all the attributes that should be covered by the e-wallet. It should be the digital image that is safe. Recently, I hear from MPs or from journalists questions. The European identity presents a certain danger, and that's why we need to explain what is it good for, why we are doing it, and why should it be seen as a help for people and businesses? So how is this perceived by a person who was at the start of the project of banking identity that actually combines the private sector with the state sector? How do you see digital identity and our approach to it? Good afternoon. I was quite surprised by the title, Where Progress Has Stalled. I can't see any stalling, because if you look at the numbers, the use in the private sector or state sector, the growth is 30% year on year. So it has not stalled. I think that all the companies would be happy if they would see a growth of 30%. And we have the number of users reaching over 5 million. We started in 2021, and I think that any country could be envious that we reach these numbers so quickly. The second point, how I see it, we are reaching the point of reaching the technological barrier, because even the bank ID as it is built, the infrastructure of the state will reach a barrier where it can no longer grow. And we need to focus on the use and fast introduction of the e-wallet, of the digital identity that should be introduced in all the member states, and explain what are the benefits, because today it's not only about the digital identity. There are even more elements. It's not that you would online identify yourself, but it could change the way how you communicate with the public authorities, schools, children, wife, because you would be able to communicate in a much wider spectrum than with the current bank ID that is only used to log in and nothing else. So I'm definitely going to ask about the benefits, but I expected that we will hear from Bohdan Urban that we have not stalled, and you do not agree with the number 18%. Thank you very much. Based on our data of December 2025, the digital identity is used by 56% of adults, and I confirm the growth mentioned by Jan Blažek. We really have a growth of digital identity tools, 10,000 a day. That's an impressive number. And I would highlight one more thing, and it is related to what we heard from the previous speakers, and it's communication and adoption. E-documents are used by 950,000 citizens, but we see the growing number of those who actually verify the identity. 440,000 places where you can identify yourself using this app. So I think that it is a proof that the development of digital identity has not stalled in the Czech Republic. Well, I am a person, I have not waited for the bank ID. I had the ID of the citizen, and then as for e-documents, if you have the identity, it's so simple. What should be the objective? What should be for me? Why should I have the digital identity in communicating with the state authorities and also with respect to private entities? I will perhaps start today when you go to a shop, or if you need to purchase something where they need to check that it's you, they can see you if it's in the physical world, but in the online world, they can't see you, so they really need to check that it's you. It does not have to be a shop, it could be a school, a health insurance company. You just need to prove that it's really you. So that's today's world. And the future world, including the wallet, will be that not only you identify yourself, that you are Jan Blažek, but you can also prove I studied or graduated from this school. Right now I'm a student. I have the health insurance. And that's the future world of not identity only, but sort of your digital presence. And it's not just bringing documents to the public authorities. It's the view of the transactional view between the citizens and institutions. And I want to also stress one more important use case, and it's the trust among the citizens themselves. The trend is growing exponentially. All the bad things and scams, and when you, for example, sell something on the internet and then the other party will just abuse your account and steal your money, you just cannot verify identity of the person on the other side of the line, and if there is really a physical person or not. Thanks to the digital identity, that hopefully the Digital Information Agency will deliver to us, we will have a tool that will tell me when I'm writing to the MP Marek Novák, I can check that there is really Marek Novák there, not a fraudster.
Marek Novák se drží mikrofonu, budu rád.
Marek Novák holds his microphone. Please comment. Definitely, it's not only about people and public institutions, but about people and relationships between them, business relations, proving your age. What I really like about the European wallet is the fact that you will not need to show your ID with your full information, including the place of your birth, but you will be able just to prove your age, and that's something that can protect us. On the other hand, there is a huge barrier that people lack the knowledge and they lack the trust, and that is something that is slowing us down. And in the online world, there are not only good news, unfortunately, there are bad news about misuse of digital identity and so on. But again, we are not walking down the streets with our ID in our hand. Basically, you need to protect your physical ID and you need to protect your electronic ID. And basically, it should be safer to use the electronic ID because I will only provide the information that is necessary at that moment. Yes, that's exactly the case. Only few of us could imagine a couple of years ago that the government will trust the citizens and try to build tools that would basically allow us to leave all your documents at home and just to have your mobile phone with you, as is the case now. But again, the EU wallet will represent true revolution, and it will all depend on adoption. Will it be linked to the current e-documents? No, it's a completely new solution. So currently 56 people already use electronic identity. For what can they use it? And the development is quite rapid. The range of the services is still limited, but you know in what services this identity is used and where the development is lagging behind. I can talk on behalf of the private sector. In the private sector, financial services are leading the way, and it is linked to the fact what sectors are regulated. So, of course, banks, insurance companies are on the top. Then second, health insurance companies are on the second place, sometime even leading, and then a mix of real estate, non-banking services, and recently we've seen an increase in health care services, but financing and insurance is leading the way. There's a gap between the services and the holders of the tools. currently the gap is widening. So and the citizens are expecting that they will be able to use the tools in their communication with the state, with the government, be it the prescriptions, e-prescription, taxes, and so on. And Lukáš, Klučka will add, and I have another question. So where the progress has stalled, it's not the identity, but the services are perhaps stalling. Yes, it's about digital services. It's about implementation of the Act of the right for digital services. So the process has not stalled, but it's slowed down. When we know that the Act on the right for digital services, that there is a deadline, and when we actually received the time schedule from the relevant authority, the deadlines were in 2028, 29, and that's schedule that has been adopted by the government. I do not understand this. I do not understand how this could have happened. And the first step that we did is to change these deadlines, to change the whole schedule so that these schedules reflect what is defined by the law, so that we are able to deliver the services in the set deadlines. So why are these deadlines so problematic? Is it something that is it related to the fact that we do not know how to change and what to change? Is there some reluctancy? Are people afraid to do this? I believe that there are two main factors. The one is there was no pressure on implementation. More than 50% of deadlines were put on in December 2026. So there was no internal pressure. That's the first issue. And the second issue has been already touched upon by Marek Novak, and perhaps you will not agree with that. We all want to deliver a perfect solution. If we want to digitize a service, we want to digitize it perfectly. However, the process needs to be gradual. If we cannot digitize the service perfectly right now, then we should go through the gradual process, and we first digitize the blank. Then we should monitor how many people want to use this blank or form. Then we can start digitizing the whole process, because there are thousands of services, and if we want to digitize everything completely, we won't finish in 2029. You agree? Definitely, definitely. First of all, I would like to go back to the bank identity. Thanks to the private sector, this was the trigger that started the whole process. So it was not up to the politicians, up to the members of parliament. It was the private sector that brought a tool that started the whole process. And we should listen to this sector more also in other areas. And also the fact that our systems are fragmented. I keep hearing, let's do it the Estonia way. you can do everything by one click. Of course, it's easy if there is no vendor lock, if there are no other limits. We have to do this. Now the public sector use different systems, and it's difficult to harmonize them. Some colleagues were laughing at me 6 or 7 years ago when I basically I was trying to persuade them that we should purchase the company that was OK Systems, that was limiting the ministry from doing certain things. Let's purchase the company and solve the problem. So this was a solution that was available, and people were laughing at me, and now it's not possible anymore, and it could have been a better solution. However, there are many problems that are limiting us. There are many different agendas functioning in different ways, and there's now a catalogue of the public services that should be digitized. Do we know what services are not efficient anymore, and it does not make sense to digitize them because it's only some kind of a form? Let me give you some figures. Currently, there are approximately 10,000 of services in the catalogue. 6,000 of them can be digitized, and 4,100 will be digitized. And the remaining part, that's what my colleagues said. We should know what service do we provide to whom. Surveys show us that that citizens do not want an electronic form. They want digital guides through their situation. Back in 2015, when we started digitizing the form for the tax return, nowadays, it takes you 30 minutes when compared to 2.5 hours in the past. So user friendliness increased dramatically, and we were not waiting for any big bang. Big bang. We did this gradual development. Yes, I've actually passed around the building yesterday, and I was explaining to my children that I do not need to visit this place any more, and I simply send this electronically. So what are the agendas? 4,000 services that could be digitized. Can we basically get rid of some of them? Well, no one is as brave to do that. The Ministry of the Interior was looking for obsolete acts that we are now gradually deleting or getting rid of. In the minimum scope, we want to fulfill the act for the right for digital services, and then there are other important tasks. We have to look at the agendas that have not been digitized because it was not possible to digitize them, or it represented a big burden. The number is still very high, a couple of thousands. So we need to have a look whether the reasons were still valid, and perhaps we would be able to digitize them. Then the next step must be to have a look at all of the services, all of the agendas from the point of view of the register of rights and obligations, and then based on the frequency of use to basically make the decision whether it makes sense or not, and then perhaps take the decision that certain steps are not needed.
And I believe that Mr. Blažek will look at it from a totally different point of view, because the private sector, when looking at services, would say, well, this is a client, what the client needs, what kind of services. So let's set it up in a way that he or she can get it, because the client is willing to pay for it. Shouldn't we use the same approach when we talk about state services? Shouldn't we start with the person? Well, the state is in a position where we have to serve everybody. We cannot only focus on profitable clients, so we are in a different position. You know, after a certain time, IT systems just grow, and because there are so many agendas, and, you know, sometimes in the private sector, you just switch off the service and just look if somebody notices it or not. Maybe it's only one person. And the state is limited in a way that the state must operate it. They just cannot switch it off because they have to comply with the legislation. So unfortunately, you cannot apply what can be applied in the private sector. Definitely, you can start by looking at the most common life situation and look at it from that point of view, where you can save time, but also save time to the civil servants. You can start with that, definitely. But the next step is the legislation. And I think that today in the legislation, we have a bigger technology that's than in IT services or equipment. But there are questions in Slido, questions for the deputy minister. So the state will also assist to the private sector for free. The state or the European or digital wallet is built in a way that it's for everybody. As for citizens, they will have the services fully for free, even for commercial use. For the commercial sector, it's up to the decision of the government or the legislators whether it will be for fee. I think that it would be really important that the state supports the adoption and provides or offers it for free for at least the initial time in order to onboard all the sectors, and so that the penetration is as big as possible. Marek Novák, I want to say something, and it's really positive. Okay, go for it. So just imagine, finally, even companies will have a portal of a business. My colleagues from the Ministry of Industry and Trade came to me. They brought a new amendment to the Act. We, of course, need to comply with the GDPR. And there is a business portal also ready. And I'm really happy that finally the Chamber of Deputies and the Ministry will bring something very positive and practical, so this is excellent. And I have more positive news. Digital wallet will be for free for citizens, But for businesses, there is the European Business Wallet, similar app, similar functionalities, but it will not be intended for citizens, but for businesses and for entrepreneurs, so that they can function in the digital world and communicate with the company. So if you want to send an application today or, for example, participate in a tender in Sweden, this tool will enable you to do it. So we are talking about 2 to 3 years. So even the businesses, entrepreneurs will have their work simplified. Now they can actually ask a company that can do it for them. Well, we have a similar functionalities, the government data boxes. Well, the countries have their own systems that they operate, but the Commission wants to harmonize it to make it compatible across all member states, because there are certain barriers even on the digital market when talking about all the member states. What are the individual roles of individual agencies, such as the Digital Information Agency, when we talk about the introduction of the European wallet? As for the Digital Information Agency, up to this agency, it is to implement the Digital European Wallet within the deadlines as predicted by the Commission by the end of this year. Historically, the legislation was in the hands of the state, and I really agree that the overall framework, legislative framework, could be slightly changed. It is also supported by use cases. Citizens are asking about it, and we make records of that. And our role will be to adopt it, just a basic adoption at both sides, the citizens and also the public administration. So this is our role, the role of the state, and our task is to develop a solution that is scalable, not too expensive, that could manage peak times, and that is secure. Deputy Minister? Apart from the role of the Digital Information Agency, I would stress the role of all the public administrations that are responsible for administration of all these attributes. It's not only the date of birth, your birth number, but other attributes. And although the Digital Information Agency delivers a wonderful European wallet of the digital identity, its use will be limited if the remaining authorities will not provide all the attributes that we can then read. So all the documents about achieved education, about ownership of real estate, health data, and others. So I won't have to go and search for my certificate confirming my university education, definitely. The objective is that in the app you will have all the data. So if you are a student, you will have a confirmation that you are a student. Or data from your doctors, if you go from one doctor to another one. So if last week they were taking your blood, there is no need to repeat the same analysis a week later. It will be all in the app. What is the role of the private sector? Well, it doesn't have to be the state that operates it. The legislation says there are several options available. And of course, we are afraid a little bit looking into other member states that the introduction of the wallet would not mean slowing down, because you can do things correctly and incorrectly, and we see that perhaps the private sector would not agree with the state sector. For example, in Nordic countries, I will give you an example. It was Sweden when no agreement was reached. between the private operator and the state, and they go in two tracks, and that's the worst situation that can ever happen for the citizens. Not only, you pay fees to companies, and then you pay taxes to support the other system. So right now there is a tender going on, so I cannot talk about the details. But we, on behalf of Bankovní identita, are directly involved, and there are slight worries about the setup, whether it will bring the results that we expect from it. But I am talking now more about legislative aspects, not only the public tender. It costs us huge money, and I'm talking about us as taxpayers, and the best result is not guaranteed. We actually discussed that also during one of the previous panels, and it's a pity. If you are a private sector, you want to select the best vendor or supplier, you can talk to them, and you can then select the best one. Unfortunately, the state is in a position when they actually open the tender, they have to precisely define the individual items. They cannot have any leeway, and this approach is really making it very difficult for the state. So if we want to digitize, we need to actually change also the Public Procurement Act. It will make life of many ministers up the Public Procurement Act. But I also heard, please do not open it up. Innovation and public procurement. But right now, as for what was said here, I'm not sure. But we can...
the audience, of course, I see that many IT sections are being closed down. I cannot answer this because I do not know what section, what department of a ministry cut the budget for IT. All the ministries were set the task of cutting the budgets by 10%, but this was not this was not meant to be done everywhere. Each minister basically approached this in different ways. I think that IT was not affected, but I cannot guarantee that because this was done differently on different ministries. As to certain unification of the services, I would welcome that. Definitely, it's good if the project is clearly defined. And I now remember the speech of Aleš who described the stage of projects very clearly. And in digitization, and given all the changes, legislative changes, you cannot digitize fully because new challenges will keep coming, but I'm sorry, I cannot answer your questions. I mentioned the barriers, lack of experts, unwillingness of the middle management. So what is the solution? As far as the IT experts are concerned, I return to the public sector from the private sector, and I had to basically justify this decision for myself. It's about the environment and what is possible, and it's not all about money. I think it's about the ability to give people opportunity to change things and to implement certain projects that will prevent the changes and reforms then we will keep losing the experts, or we will not even be able to onboard them. If we will have interesting projects and if we will start building teams with a strong mandate, I believe that the experts will come because they will be looking for this experience and the possibility to try new things. A question to Mr. Blažek, and I will merge this with my own question as we are running out of time. Will Bank ID introduce its remain silent about this? He was authorized after this statement. So I think that he discussed that with my colleagues, and he knows what will happen. So I definitely will not deny the statement. Politicization of digitization. Well, I do not know whether that's a topic. I think it's not a topic that can get you preferences. We need to promote this. It's not about political points, because otherwise we won't be able to get a good result. Perhaps let me comment very briefly. Definitely, I can refuse that the statement would be related to the fact that I was nominated as a new director, and basically the state is trying to make this area more efficient, and basically any part of the public administration should be able to prove that it's viable. So basically deliver the services. Just a comment, it's about people. In the past, the people were working at the Ministry of the Interior. Now they are working at the Digital and Information Agency. They may be transferred back to the Ministry of Interior. It does not make any difference to us. Now it is up to us to deliver digitization, not to make any organizational changes, and I do not want to be in contradiction to my colleagues, but we've discussed this, and we know that the primary goal is the delivery. Personally, I do not want to see a situation that we stop digitization for 2 years to make some organizational changes. That's nonsense. We will not do that. And we've seen the result when during the 2 years when the Digital and Information Agency was established. So what are the main steps for digital government and digital identity right now? Mr. Novák? It's quite easy. Do not hamper the process. I have 2 or 3 basic steps we need to take. In this area, we need to deliver the Act on the Right for Digital Services. We need to make a revision of all the issues we've discussed, whether the services are still needed, and whether perhaps the remaining services that were not digitized will be digitized, and then we need to implement European identity. I like what Mr. Novák said, so I would subscribe to that. I would subscribe to what Deputy Klučka said. We should respect that there are two problems usually.